Okay, so there's this new demo for Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hope. So I was able to play the three houses before, so I tried to play this game. So let's see. I don't have any previous experience of playing Fire Emblem Warriors, but I think it's like an action RPG. Not sure. So let's try. Okay, new game. Easy for players who just want to enjoy the story. Normal for beginning, intermediate players, and hard for experienced players who like a challenge. So I'll be going for normal difficulty. Oh, so same. Falling units rise again after the battle ends. Falling units are lost forever. I guess I try the casual first, since I don't want them to die. Slow and steady. Take more time to examine strategic information like level up stats, mission briefs, and mid-battle tutorial windows. Keep the action flowing, turning off level up windows and mission briefs. Only important tutorials will appear. Let's try this, slow and steady. Yes. Okay.
All this bloodshed. Will it never come to an end?
Hello? Where is that freeloader, huh? I know you're napping around here somewhere. On your feet and back to work already, yeah?
So I'm still thinking of buying
Finally.
this game.
Come on, Sunshine, up and at 'em.
Okay, so minus is hide UI, L is the view log, X is auto advance, A is next. So let's play auto advance. Okay. Oh, so I'll be this guy, a girl. So I won't be Violet, I guess. Okay, yes. Select this.
Hey, get up already!
Gets.
I'm sorry. What's going on?
What's going on? Did your head spring a leak while you were napping? Better see if you can even remember your name.
Shez. Huh. His name is Shez. Okay, let's just pick that up. Yes.
Well, looks like there's hope for you yet.
Feign indignant. What? Feign indignance. Apologize profusely. Oh. I'll play it with my how I deal with people.
Apologies, friend. I'm alright. Is the battle at hand?
Of course it is. Why else would I be standing here? You heard who we're up against, yeah? Gerald's Mercenaries.
Oh.
Gonna be one hell of a fight if true, especially if the Ashen Demon is here. Don't like a smidge of what I've heard about that fella. Or was it a woman?
Leave it to you to fumble the details. Did you even catch this Ashen Demon's name?
Of course I did. It was... by the goddess, it's right on the tip of my tongue.
Oh. So I can select the Ashen Demon's form. So based on your trailers, just select female Byleth. Oh. Why? This is the name of my character from previous game. No, I'll make it Byleth. Whoop. Hey. Okay. Byleth. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Demon or no demon, our job is to fight and win.
You sound just like the captain. I know they paid up front, but come on.
Well, at least one of you has some courage. You've certainly come a long way since I plucked you from that mountain village.
Captain Burling.
But this battle is about more than just victory. Gerald's team has a sterling reputation. Rumor has it they've never blundered even a single job. But once we put them to rout, we'll finally be the greatest mercenaries in all of Leicester.
Enemy activity detected, Captain.
Looks like we'll be fighting by moonlight. Mind you don't kill each other in the dark.
Wasn't expecting a fight so soon, but I guess there's nothing for it. You ready?
Yeah, same here. Wish him luck. Express your unease. Try to lighten the mood. Wish him
Ready
luck.
as I'll ever be. Good luck, friend.
And double to you.
Wow. Double to me. Oh.
Alright, let's get down to business. We're up against Gerald's Mercenaries.
Okay. Movement and continue to move. Moving to dash. Okay.
Let's move out!
Oh.
Drive them straight into their graves!
Time to see what you're made of.
Okay, team up with Gets and Blast D to defeat the nearby enemies. Okay, regular attack is Y. X after a regular attack. Strong attack. Oh. Ooh. Y, YX, YX. Okay. Hey. Ooh, that's nice.
They're not putting up much of a fight. Are these guys new recruits or something? Guess this means I can mess with them a little.
Every class has its own unique class action. Shez is currently a Myrmidon. Holding X to charge the class gauge and release it to perform sweeping attack. You can move while charging. Okay. Press and hold X during a strong attack to reduce the charge time of the next class action. Oh,
Charge!
nice.
It's not over yet.
What? Hold X to fill gauge.
Guess that's that.
I eat steak tougher than this. Hey, you! Clear out that group over there.
Defeat the Mercenary Captain. During the battle, you will be tasked with various missions. Main missions must be completed in order to win the battle. Okay. When an arrow is displayed over an enemy's head, press R to lock onto them. Oh. While locked on, the camera will stay focused on your target. Move R left and right to change targets. Okay, that's nice. Oh, so there's dodge and guard. Okay. Zeal and dodge. Nice.
You like that? Let's do this.
Oh, what's that? Nice. Press R to quickly display quick menu. With quick menu 1 displayed, press Y or X to use combat arts. Wow. Cannot use the same combat art or magic multiple times in a row and instead must wait for a certain amount of time. Using combat arts and magic will reduce your weapon's durability. If its durability gets too low, you'll be unable to use corresponding combat arts or magic. Durability will be restored at the end of the battle. Oh, okay.
Still fight.
Pick up green tonics to restore your HP growth gauge. Okay.
I'll take out the stronghold over this way, yeah? You get the one over there.
Can't wait to wrap this up so we can all drown ourselves in ale.
Get what? Plus 100. Should I still finish this guy? I don't know, but the feels like it's just clunky. I'm not sure. Okay. What? Oh, that's nice. Airfields contain bases controlled by the forces in the battle. They serve as an origin point for each side soldiers. You can capture a base by defeating the base captain. Okay. What are you doing? Okay. Okay, that's done. Okay, so should... Oh, drain the strongholds captain stun gauge. Defeat them with a critical rush. Sometimes a stun gauge will appear over an enemy commander's head. Continue attacking to completely deplete the gauge. Then press X to perform a critical rush. A stun gauge is played when you land certain attacks against the enemy or when the enemy performs certain moves. Stun gauge display when hitting an enemy with offensive combat arts or magic, or executing perfect guard. An enemy is preparing to use combat arts or magic. An attack knocks an enemy back. Okay.
Capture complete. Now die!
The captain ran off ahead of us. Is she gonna be okay?
Master your fear, and then run!
Keep your eyes open. We still don't know if the Ashen Demon is here.
Battlefields contain strongholds that are controlled by various forces engaged in the battle. Enemies and allies alike can slowly regain HP while in a stronghold under their own control. You can capture a stronghold by defeating the stronghold captain. Okay. Capture purple crystals to restore your weapon's durability. Okay, too much info. Okay,
The main
so
force is here! We're saved! Now push! Push the enemy back!
About time a foe with some teeth showed up. But they still don't stand a chance against Burling's mercenaries. Now, isn't this a sight? You must be the infamous Ashen Demon. I can't wait to tear you apart.
This'll be the end of the Ashen Demon. No one can beat the captain.
oh, so these are not enemies. Okay, let's see.
Got you! Yeah, right.
They
What?
took out Lassie like she was nothing.
Ugh, I can't believe I'm losing to some damn kid.
Captain Burling's in trouble. I have to reach her before it's too late.
And where's that?
Still in the fight.
There's so many of them. Only one thing to do about that.
Hey, when warrior gauge is full, press A to unleash a warrior special. Fill the warrior gauge, deal damage to enemies, take damage from enemies, pick up yellow.
I've got you now!
Oh, it's only for one person.
It's not over.
Okay.
No. Just when my dream was finally in sight. You monster.
She's dead?
The captain's dead. What are we gonna do now?
I'm not good at this game. Should I actually help them? Not sure. Let's just go to Violet. Okay, so what's in here? It's nothing.
Stand down or die.
We're gonna stand, we're gonna fight, and we're gonna avenge the
What?
captain.
I can't dodge? I can't block.
Why am I so scared? It's just one merc.
Run! Run while you can!
So,
That's no! This can't be happening!
oh.
I have to keep fighting.
Perish with you. Huh? The cycle of this world. I will not allow it to perish with you.
What?
Where did you get that power?
No idea. But it's just what I need to bring you down. We're here to help.
Oh. For real?
Interesting. You're fighting like an entirely different person.
That's enough. We did what we came to do. Everyone, fall back.
Witness my true power! Sorry, but this fight is over.
Hey, wait.
Why? We've achieved our goal. Your job was to stop us, and you failed. Another time, perhaps.
Hey, we're not done here. Wait, why am I so tired?
Chess. At least in this game, Byleth is actually talking.
Huh? Where am I?
What?
Oh good, you're awake. Not sure I would have been able to sleep at night with your blood on my hands.
Jack!
What's this? Ask the speaker's name, what's going on, try to place the voice. Try to place the voice.
I know your voice. I dreamed about you.
Strange. I have no such recollection. Regardless, I'm a being who exists on the edge of dreams and reality. You may call me Arval.
Arval.
Arval, huh?
But for now, let me speak plain. You are slated to die. Right now, I'm the only thing holding your meager life together. And to be blunt, it's beginning to tire me.
Thank you?
Oh my. That's the first time anyone has ever shown me gratitude. And I must say, I like it very much. Hear me well. You are a crucial piece of this world's cyclical... No, this will never do. You're far too groggy to absorb what I'm saying.
Yeah,
For
actually.
now, I needn't tell you how you'll get back on your feet. I need only convince you that you will.
Back on my
I don't
feet.
understand. I'm already up and about.
Ah, perhaps here you are, but not in reality where it counts. Your cluelessness is actually quite charming. I think you're starting to grow on me. Still, the important thing is what you do after you wake.
And what should that be?
Recall, please, how the Ashen Demon bested you. Came within an inch of snuffing out your life.
So he basically died
If
back
you
there?
attempt the fight again the same way, you will reach the same conclusion. This would force me to step in once more, which would be most annoying and also rather counterproductive, if I'm honest.
Try not to lose next time. How to become stronger.
Then I'll get stronger. The man I am now will seem like a little kid in comparison. And one day, I will surpass the Ashen Demon. I swear it.
Indeed.
My captain and comrades are dead. The company is finished. So, there's only one thing I can do. Start over.
Huh. I thought you to be more sentimental. Did they not take you in? Care for you?
Gold's the only thing that ever held us together. And death is something we're all too used to. I never knew my real parents, and I lost the mother who raised me. Partings just come easy to me, I guess. The best way to honor my fallen comrades is by training hard and growing even stronger. Then I'll crush Gerald's mercenaries and the Ashen Demon with them. That's what I'm going to live for now.
Oh, but I like your spirit. Though I expected no less from my partner in destiny.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, I suppose that was a bit sudden. I should remember, take intimacy in smaller steps. The point is that I'm here to guide you, and I promise to help you find the strength to see your dreams realized.
What? So if I hide the UI, the text will also be done. Removed. Okay, alright. Prologue. A chance
Prologue.
encounter.
A chance encounter.
It's Gerald again.
The continent of Fodlan, said to be protected by a goddess, has existed for uncountable ages. Now, 3 ruling powers control the land. To the south is a region held for more than 1,000 years by the Adrestian Empire. To the north is the Holy Kingdom of Fargus, ruled by the royal family and its knights. And to the east, a league of nobles that bends no knee rules the Leicester Alliance. Though once consumed in war, these 3 powers now exist in relative harmony. Nestled between them is Garreg-Mach Monastery, seat of the Church of Seros, the land's widely practiced faith, and a power that helps to maintain peace across the continent. Not far from the monastery, at the northern edge of the empire, is a small village called Ramire, and west of this place stretches a forest where a lone mercenary awaits.
So who are we playing as?
Hey, wake up! Ugh, how many times must we do this? Get up already!
Okay.
Huh? That's weird.
Barnabas Woods.
I could have sworn I heard someone calling me. It's still dark out though.
Hello, yes, I was calling you. Many times, I might add.
Come on, I told you not to sneak up on me like that.
As if I have a choice. Do you know how many times you would have died by now if not for me? I'll tell you. 22. The 3 times you leapt off a cliff to quote-unquote get tougher saved you. Those 5 mad attempts to dispatch a horde of monsters by yourself saved you. And tonight, despite my repeated warnings, you took the wrong path and ended up having to sleep on a bed of leaves in the middle of the woods.
Okay, defend yourself, think about your mistakes, apologize for your actions. Maybe think about your mistakes.
Ignoring me, I'll take that to mean I touched a nerve. At any rate, we all make a few mistakes along the way. And by we, I mean you. And by a few, I mean far, far more than average. Now then, with that out of the way, would you like to know why I've roused you from your mud-caked slumber? Actually, it's probably easier to show rather than tell at this point. Look over there, if you would.
Stop plowing ahead, Claude. You're going to get us lost.
Oh.
Lost schmost. We've got it on Imperial authority that this is the way to the village.
True, I said there was a village, but how could anyone know where it is in the thick of these mountains? I can't even say for certain where we are in all this gloom.
Okay, new plan. I'll rely on my keen senses to navigate. Lucky for you, they're sharp as an arrow. Hold, both of you. Someone's here. Another bandit, perhaps?
They're mistaking you for some common backwater thief. What cheek.
Hold on there. I'm no bandit. I'm a mercenary.
Well, that makes everything better.
A bandit would be far less out of place in these woods than a sellsword. What brings you here?
We've no time for an interrogation. Our pursuers are closing in.
I don't know who you people are or what you want, but I think introductions can wait. You clearly need every blade you can find, and my pockets have been feeling awfully light lately. What do you say?
Okay, battlefields contain strongholds that are controlled by various forces. Engage in battles. Okay. It's the one with the tutorial.
Well, since you're here, do you mind stepping in and helping us chase off these scary bandits?
Don't worry about payment. You'll receive plenty of coin. If
Oh,
we survive that of us.
The thief to clear the way for Edelgard Dimitri Nicole. She has changed class and now is a flugel. She has learned a unique ability. There are 3 types of unique abilities: action, support, and tactical. During the battle, press LX to check the class and unique abilities of the units are currently controlling. Okay. Unique ability Shallow Flash. Level 1. Gain a chance to perform a few attacks that leads to defeat non-commanding units. Chance increases with hit count. Press Z or to dash a short distance. Oh. Support. When HP is at 90% or above, increases the warrior gauge feel rate. Okay. Mercenary Creed. In order to attack, increase damage dealt to enemies by 30. Strong against axes. Holding X during any strong attack to change the number of attacks. Press X to launch an attack. Over time as you defeat enemies. When class gauge fills completely, you'll add a sword icon to your stock. If you have 2 sword icons in your stock, chain X to change your attack. Hey. Like that. Pick up the resource pouch. Here are resources, ingredients after battle. Ah, that's Costas. Yeah.
There they are! Kill them all!
The thieves and secure the escape routes.
Fighting for them now, are ya? Then you can die with your new friends!
What? You know me? Advantage icons will be displayed on the minimap. You have effects that offers an advantage against them. The more advantageous effects you have against the enemy, the more up arrows there will be. Sure to get increase their stun. Advantage can be determined by class. Check class abilities on the style screen. Okay. Neon fighter class equipped with an axe and a strong advantage against stance wielding enemies.
I'll deal with things here. Watch this! Let me show you a trick for dealing with heavily defended enemies.
Yeah, right!
And that's how it's done.
Don't overstep, Edelgard.
Got new material.
Well, I suppose my turn has arrived.
Use. Oh. Could also select a unit to control from the order screen. Nature is a soldier class with a strong advantage since against sword wielding.
Take a breather. I've awaited this moment. I won't allow anyone to stop me.
You're making me feel...
Sure lightning. If you attack with lightning, so to increase damage to enemy HP and stun gauge. Send them flying. When ordered to attack, increase damage to them.
Bad for the enemy, Dimitri.
You have a thing for bleeding, Dimitri? Heal up already.
Press RB to use vulnerable. Restore HP.
No, not yet! Apologies, but it was you or me?
Just who are these people anyway? All 3 of them have crests.
Unit with crest can trigger crest effects under certain conditions. You can find details about crest effects by selecting details on the status screen and hovering over crest name.
What's wrong with you? They're just a bunch of brats! Stop them back!
Okay, blade it. 20% chance to increase the damage dealt by combat arts, exchange for greatly increasing the weapon. Oh, it's the same.
Embarrassing yourself and stand your ground already!
Is it Claude time? I think it's Claude time.
I'll take over.
Take a breather.
Okay, a weapon, combat art, or magic that is extra effective. Huge advantage against a specific enemy. When extra effective, you have 3 tiers greater advantage against the enemy. You deal greater damage, the stun gauge the display upon all attacks. Effective versus armor units. Effective. Okay. Classes such as Pesicus Knights and Wyvern Riders are vulnerable. The ability effective versus flyers. Switch your active unit to Claude, who has a bow equipped.
No problem, I got it. I'm a master of strategy, but I'm not really used to being on the front lines.
Oh, that's nice.
Hey, got lucky there. Well, lucky for me, I guess. Not so much for you.
Bandits have a firm hold on the central road. It would be wise to move through the forest and take down the strongholds as we go.
Try and keep an eye on who we're fighting, and make sure we've got the right person leading the charge at the right time.
Order edit guards to featuring Claude. How? Okay. Press plus during battle to issue orders. From here, you can use A to select units and issue orders. Can order a unit to move to a selected location. Attack enemies and capture enemy strongholds. Guard allies and defend allied strongholds. Heal using Mercenaries. You can use auto battle to determine the course of action for units you don't give direct orders to. Okay. Idle guards.
Here I go. No mistakes.
Axe. What's this? Thief. What's this sword? %. And then, what else? Doesn't have the greatest advantage against the enemy. Oh, it's the blue one. Let's see.
They must learn who they're up against.
Let's try this.
Okay.
Let's see how this goes.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best
Okay,
of our
use
ability.
chess to capture the remaining strongholds. You can switch between the orders and battle screen with plus.
My turn.
What's this? Work plus to find a battlefield to receive gold or recover items depending on the color of the box.
All right, take it down. This will help secure our victory.
What shoddy defenses. We'll be done before we know it if they're all like this.
Unfurl the flag.
That ought to unravel their defenses.
Enough of this strategy nonsense! Get out there and tear them all to pieces!
Okay, how many thugs does this guy have working for him anyway?
Oh, Alois.
Repent, foul bandits! The Knights of Seros are here, and we'll cut you down for terrorizing our students.
This battle is practically won if the knights have arrived.
Okay, so how? Okay, Claude. Not so much.
Here I go. No mistakes.
What's this?
We will proceed as planned.
Here I go. No mistakes.
Let's try this.
Okay.
Let's see how this goes.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our ability.
The Knights of Zeros? Not now! If I don't kill at least one of them, brats, I'm finished! Take this!
Watch out! They're gonna make a last-ditch effort to rush our position.
It cost us. I like all-out offensive from orders, and all available units will attack a selected target. This is a good option for when you simply want to overwhelm the enemy with force. More than all-outs. Okay. So that cost us with the cursor. Just
I've got this. Form ranks and capture those bandits. Quickly now. This is where you die, dogs!
And the awakening gauge is filled. Press RA to awaken. Your unit will remain awakened until the gauge depletes. You can press RA again to cancel the awakened state. While awakened, all attacks will make the stun gauge appear. Stun gauge will deplete quickly regardless of advantage. You receive bonuses based on the number of enemies defeated. Your HP will not reach 0 regardless of damage taken. To fill the awakening gauge, pick up plutonics, damage enemies, execute a critical rush. Press A while awakened or completely deplete the awakening gauge to trigger a warrior special. At the end of awakened state, you cannot switch. Okay.
Do you feel that power? Maybe you can channel it like you did in the other battle.
It's cost us.
Ain't done yet. Here it comes. Take this. You're done.
Ooh.
I ain't done yet. You're gonna learn how double bandit can really be.
We cannot allow ourselves to perish here. I'm afraid we must spare no mercy for you.
Stop jumping around and face me already.
Yeah, it's usually standard practice to dodge the guy who's trying to kill you.
Never should have taken this job. It's not over.
Is it over?
Oh, yes. You obtain the following S rank and first time rewards for Tirana and Bullion. After battle the battle rank will grade you based on your performance in battle. There are 5 ranks, S, A, B, C, and D. Higher ranks will net you more experience and gold. The battle rank is determined by 3 factors: completion time, enemies defeated, damage taken. Additionally, the first time you complete a quest, you receive first time reward. You also receive an S rank reward. First time you receive S rank as your result.
Gotta keep aiming higher.
Okay, speed and strength. Defeat enemies to gain experience, leveling up your units, improving their stats. The unit stats go to depend on their own individual qualities. Each point, okay, HP. Strength is attack, magic is magic, dexterity is critical, rate, speed, 3 awakened states or charge time for combat arts and magic. Fixed appearance rate of recovery items. Whoa. Defense against physical, resistance, magical, charm. Affects strain rate of battalion's endurance.
I won't let myself stop here.
Oh, the unit who performed the best in battle will be selected as the MVP. The MVP unit will gain additional experience. Okay. Then we have combat arts and magic. Combat arts and magic will level up after they have been used a set number of times. This will make them stronger and reduce weapon durability loss when they are used. Oh. I didn't use them. Any units participating in battle will receive class experience. Post battle. This raises their class level. They may acquire new combat arts, magic, or abilities, and their weapon level may increase. A unit weapon level increases, they'll be able to equip more powerful weapons, be able to attack more times consecutively. Okay. After battle, you'll be able to check the contents of weapon packs and resource pouches you acquired in battle. If you reach your inventory limit, excess items will be sold off automatically. Stat boosting items give a stat boost to the selected unit. You can use stat boosting items by selecting Starhouse from the pause menu. Okay.
Hang on. You're seriously the Imperial Princess, the Crown Prince, and the heir to the Alliance?
Yes, and as the three of us are now in your debt, I think formal introductions are in order. My name is Edelgard von Hresvelg, Princess of the Adrestian Empire.
I am Dimitri Alexandra Blayford, Crown Prince of the Holy Kingdom of Fargus.
And I'm Claude von Regan, grandson of the leader of the Leicester Alliance.
Things looked grim there for a moment. Thanks to you, we put those bandits to flight.
Bit of a miracle we ran into you out there, but hey, I'll take it.
Post Dudley of your Baptiste, play cool, claim it was a team effort.
Hey, I only fought well because I had such fine companions by my side.
There may be some truth to that. I can't shake the feeling that we were destined to meet somehow.
Wow.
Well, aren't they an unlikely trio? I wonder why those bandits were after them. Still, it's no concern of ours. We have our own plans to attend to. Now, collect your pay and be off before they get a wild idea and ask you to join them.
Say, while I have you here, do you know where I can find Remire Village? I took a wrong turn somewhere along the way. I'm looking for a band of hardened mercenaries who follow a man named Gerald. I hear rumors that's where they're camped.
Actually, Remire might just be the village we've been looking for, too. That ring a bell, Edelgard? I don't remember hearing anything about mercs, but...
The name sounds correct, at least.
Gerald's too smart to get smoked out by a bunch of rumors, but they're all I've got at the moment.
In any case, we won't find our own 2 feet in all this dark. We should return to camp and get our bearings before...
Hello there, house leaders. Hello, brave mercenary. We've mopped up what's left of those rascals, so what say we return to camp? And I insist you accompany us, good mercenary.
Who, me?
You heard the man. We'll wait out the night together and make for the village in the morning. It's a great plan, especially if you want to get paid, as we're a tiny bit short on pocket change at the moment.
Yes, and those mercenaries you're looking for? Gerald's band, was it? They may be in Remire Village tonight, but there's no telling when they'll move on. If you come back to our camp, we have maps that may help you get one step ahead of them.
This is clearly the wisest course of action, not to mention that I would enjoy conversing with you further. But of course, the choice is yours.
Huh. What if I decline them? Go with them, decline the offer. Huh. Ah. Maybe I'll just go.
Why can't things ever be simple?
All right, no, but just for the night.
Perfect. Then might I borrow you for a moment after we reach camp? There's a matter we must speak about. Nothing alarming, I promise you.
Right then, so off we go? But, if I may, did I hear you mention a Gerald earlier?
Yes, do you know him? He heads up a pretty elite band of mercenaries, so I imagine his name is spread all over Fodlan by now.
Mercenaries, is it? No. No, it can't be him. Can it? Well, I'll just have to meet this Gerald myself. After I've seen my duties through, of course. After all, if I don't finish my assigned tasks, I'm mission the point.
Mission the point.
Get it? Missing? Mission? Come now, this is good stuff!
That's our Aloise. Come on, let's get moving before he really gets going.
Okay, classic mode. From chapter 4 onwards, you need to have their HP reduced to 0 or lost forever. And not return in future battles. Bookmark saves created during the battle will be deleted upon load. Start from checkpoint is not available as the option upon the game over. It's not possible to switch from casual mode to classic mode mid playthrough. Okay. It's like an alternate universe for three houses. After a battle, you'll be able to interact with your allies back at camp. Press A when you're near a unit to talk to them. Wow, there's 2 men.
Hey!
I can't believe how quickly those thugs set upon us. Glass heads ran off, people are shouting orders. Oh, but it was the right mess. Say, who are you anyway? I don't remember. Hey, you're the one, the surviving brigands, are you? Someone help. What? Is it because of the autoplay?
Greetings.
Okay, Alois told me all about what happened. Thank you for assisting the glass heads. Had anything happened to the students, we all would have paid in heartache and worse.
By the way,
It reminds me of the previous term when a student who returned home from academy went missing. And, forgive me, I'm rambling.
Hey!
Welcome to Humble Base Camp. I assume you're familiar with the Officers' Academy on the grounds of Guard Monastery, yes?
If I'm honest.
The 3 young people you assisted earlier are the heads of the Academy's 3 houses. You'll find other students, teachers, and even members of the Knights of Ceros here in Athliska. A few you caught us in the middle of an annual outdoor activity carried out at the beginning of the Academy school year.
That's concerning.
But the situation became quite the mess when that band of brigands attacked us. I wish we could chat at length, but it seems the 3 class heads wish to speak with you.
What say you?
Alas, I cannot keep you all to myself. This is a great opportunity for you to bond with your rescues.
Let's see.
Speak to the 3 house leaders.
If I'm honest. That's concerning. What say you?
It's just the same.
It's you!
Well, this kind of outdoors activities countless times, but I've never seen anything like this happen. Plus, I've got 3 high-ranking noble children here, so the guard was more than double that of a usual year. To think they were nearly killed by some pack of base brigands. It's a real mess, make no mistake. Now I have to find a way to explain it all to Lady Rhea. Okay. Yeah, actually, I don't know if maybe I'll just go in with the story first. If I'm going to buy this game, then I thoroughly talk to them all.
Hey there. Thanks.
Hey friend, appreciate what you did back there. You'd have been in a world of hurt without you. Oh, and regarding compensation, Alois told me not to pay you personally. I guess they want to handle it as a church thing. Sorry about that. So they may understand. Hey, as long as I get paid, I don't care who's hunting over the coin. You're definitely a mercenary, alright. Support point signifies the strength of a bond between two units. Unit gains support points by giving appropriate answers in conversation, performing actions that make the other happy, or heading into battle together.
Speaking of
which, have you talked with the others here at camp?
How's that?
I can tell you a little bit about the students in my Golden Deer house.
Who, me? I'm more curious about you, personally.
Okay. Dex and Speed. Wyvern Master.
If you don't have anything better to do, I'd be glad to have you join us at Garrett Mock.
Oh. In the attacks with wind, slightly increase the awakening gauge feel rate when attacking enemies launch into the air. In the other defense, increases damage dealt to enemies by 30%. The chance to recover on HP when landing a combat arts. Let's see.
Have you met him yet? At first, I thought he was real serious and persnickety. But that image shattered pretty quick once I noticed him chatting up every girl in the monastery.
Okay, attacking fills the unique ability gauge. While nullifying an enemy attack, decreases it. The gauge is full, press 0 to draw a foe, throw in foes in short distance away. Distinguish hand, when a battalion is deployed, slightly increases the awakening gauge fill rate. Order to guard, increases damage dealt to enemies. Okay, I'll just talk to them. Just to continue. Okay, I'll take guards.
Thank you.
Ah, there you are. Thank you for your assistance in the previous battle. I'd like to discuss your future if you have a moment. If you find yourself with no place to go after we accomplish our objective, I'm hoping we might hire you on with the Empire.
What do you think?
I can promise you'll be handsomely paid, including the work you did today. So, what say you? Ask why she wants to hire you.
Meh.
I'm not usually hired into service by people quite so high up the food chain. Why the special attention? I value your talent now that I've had the ability to see it firsthand.
On another matter.
By the by, have you spoken with the others here at camp? Feel like I can tell you a bit about the students in my own house, the Black Girls. Okay, last is Dimitri.
You have my thanks.
Let me begin by first conveying my gratitude to you, Shez. You are in your debt.
Speaking of which...
Also, I examined the map earlier, and the village where you are headed seems to be a little more to the east. Thank you for the advice.
Thanks!
Appreciate it. I checked the map earlier, but couldn't tell where in the woods I actually was. Well, I'm glad I could be of service. I hope you are able to reach your destination this time.
By the way...
You'll be staying until sunrise, yes? I hope you'll take the opportunity to converse with the others here. Of course, now that I've sprung the idea on you so suddenly, you'll likely find yourself at a loss as to whom you ought to speak to.
How about this?
On that note, I would be more than happy to give you an introduction to any Blue Lion House students. Okay, looks like dawn's almost here. Tell Alois you're heading out. Okay. Ah, Shez. Have you spoken with the house leaders yet?
That's concerning.
What? You're leaving? But that won't do.
If I'm honest,
Actually, I was hoping I could ask something of you. Would you hear me out? Hear what Alois wants? Yes. It'd be
My
like,
sincere apologies for asking this of you. I know you're heading for Remire Village in order to find Gerald's mercenaries, but, well, perhaps you might consider changing your mind and accompanying us to Garrigmach Monastery instead.
And why would I do that, exactly?
Because you've done us a great service, and we don't have the means in camp to properly reward you. At the monastery, however, we can repay your kindness in full. Also, between you and me, this evening's turn of events was quite the embarrassment for the church. We allowed students of the Officers' Academy out of our sight, and house leaders of great political consequence at that. And then they crossed swords with bandits. If word got out, well, let's just say it would sit poorly with everyone. So you see why we must ensure you are well compensated. Also, there may be some papers for you to sign, perhaps in blood.
What?
This sounds more like hush money than a reward.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what I told the fool knight who suggested it. Me, I'd just as soon send you on your way, but I fear I'm obligated to escort you back. Anyway, the whole thing will be much easier if you simply agree to come along. Just as a formality, of course.
I think that was a threat. And here I thought he was a big softy. Well, what do you think? Garrigmach is in the opposite direction of where we need to be, but this man seems rather set on having us accompany them.
Okay. Accept that you have no choice. Agree to go of your own volition. Yeah. Let's just follow.
I guess I'm not opposed to helping out a little more. I'll come with you to the monastery, but I'm not staying a single minute longer than I have to.
Bless you, my friend. What a noble soul you are. I'd say you saved my bacon, but that would be utterly hammy.
What?
Alois, has anyone ever told you that you're...
Don't. Some truths are simply too painful to bear.
Yeah.
While I'm no expert, I fear the poor man's heart couldn't handle the shock.
Told me what?
Told you how dashing you are in that armor. Not just any man could pull off that look.
Ah, you like it? Wonderful. I admit I've received no small share of positive comments on it. There's a grand story behind every last ding and dent. Enough to keep me talking for a week. Why, take this one here.
We heard you'll be joining us at Garrigmach. Perhaps somewhat unwillingly, I might add. I know this wasn't in your plans, but if it lets us get to know each other better, perhaps it will prove worth it in the end.
Unwilling or not, we've got a long road ahead, so let's try to keep the mood light.
I hesitate to ask this considering you're only here because of us. But, well, are you sure about this decision? The last thing we want is to delay you from your own business. The knights may seem unwilling to bend, but it's not as if you have no say in the matter.
Okay, stand by your decision.
Actually, I see this as just another chance to better myself.
You are more gracious than I. But, as I see you've made peace with it, I will leave the matter be.
Yes, that's quite enough chatter. Let's save our energy for the road. To the monastery!
Listen, I know this one's on me. I'm the one who roped you into coming back to camp after all. But I'll find a way to make it up to you, I promise.
Thank him. Keep your hopes granted.
Thanks, Claude. I know you will.
Hey! Hurry up back there or we'll leave you behind!
You know you've had a busy day when you rub shoulders with the heirs to the Empire, the Kingdom, and the Alliance. I think they're a fascinating group of people myself, but what do you make of them?
Reflect on Dimitri.
It feels like Dimitri's always checking in on me, every chance he gets. He'll definitely make a good king, the kind who looks after his people. Seems like Edelgard thinks high enough of me. She's got this elegant air about her, but somehow doesn't hold any disdain for mercenaries. Claude's a laid-back kind of guy who doesn't really strike me as noble, and I mean that in a good way. Something tells me he's gonna be easy to work with.
Of course, you only pick up on their rosy qualities. You really are a delight. Have I told you that lately? Still, you'd better pick up the pace before you vex these people any further.
Okay. Can we finish this
Prologue.
today?
3 houses. Deep in the forest, the mercenary meets a trio of youths, each a student at Garrick Mach's Officers Academy, and a leader of one of the school's 3 houses. Striking down the bandit chief who attacked the students brings undue attention to the mercenary, who soon arrives at the hallowed gates of Garrick Mach.
Okay, I'm back at this monastery. Okay, the crests are on the
And with
lower
that,
right.
may I present the mercenary I spoke of?
Greetings. My name is Rhea, and I am the Archbishop of the Church of Seros. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for rescuing our students.
I mean, humble.
I'm just glad I could help.
Such modesty is not required around me. Your actions were truly commendable.
However, the reason we summoned you here was not simply to express our gratitude. We have a proposal for you. One made on behalf of the church itself.
What kind of proposal?
Someone told you of the Officers Academy here at the monastery, yes? We would have you join this academy as a student.
Oh, so I'll be a student.
You what?
Though you are a mercenary, I understand you are not currently beholden to any one particular employer. Also, the students you rescued are close to your own age. Your life could be greatly enriched here.
Or she's heard about our power and wants to keep us on a short leash. And yet she's taking it almost as a given that we'll accept. It's infuriating.
I'm a mercenary, so I should be turning her down. Express interest. Let's see. Let's be good. Express interest in the offer.
I need to get stronger if I'm gonna do what I need to. If your fancy school can really make that happen, consider me interested.
The Knights of Seros, as well as many other powerful warriors, pass daily through the gates of this hallowed monastery. If strength is what you are after, we can certainly provide it in spades.
They've really talked us into a corner here. I think I see where this is going.
Agree to enroll in the Officers Academy.
Alright, I'm in.
A wise decision. We will do all we can to ensure you do not regret it.
I believe you will go far.
If I may, permit me to tell you a bit more about the school itself. The Academy is divided into 3 houses and draws in the most promising young talents from every corner of Fodlan. Some are noble-born, while others spring from more humble roots. But within these walls, all are treated as equals. We ask our prospects to spend a year living under the same dormitory roof, so they can challenge each other, work hard, and grow together.
Each of our houses corresponds to one of Fodlan's 3 regions. Edelgard leads the Black Eagle House, which is for students from the Adrestian Empire. Dimitri leads the Blue Lion House, home to students from the Holy Kingdom of Fargus. And Claude leads the Golden Deer House, for students from the Leicester Alliance.
We could select a house for you ourselves, but as all of this was our idea, perhaps we should leave this decision to you. You are something of a special case, after all.
So I can join any house I want?
Yes, you have simply to name it.
Okay. So I'm actually eyeing for Holy Kingdom of Fargus. And since I played 3 houses, initially with Blue Lions, I'll select this one as well.
So you wish to join Dimitri's Blue Lions. Are you certain?
Okay, based on this, they only have one sword, which is Felix. One wing, which is Ingrid. Mage would be Annette. Mercenaries for healer. Yeah, so I think yes.
Yep, that's the one. I'm sure of it.
May you build wonderful and lasting friendships in your new house.
Well then, with that taken care of, it's time to decide which of us will supervise which house.
What?
Yes, it turns out we just underwent a last-minute roster change. I guess you two haven't met. This is Professor Yaritza, our weapons instructor.
Hello.
Hello. Barry's ability.
I can already tell I'm gonna learn a lot from you.
Will you now?
Do my ears deceive me? Or is that curiosity I hear in your voice, Professor Yaritza? I thought all the houses were the same to you. Perhaps you should be in charge of our new student's house, hmm?
I don't care. You decide.
Well, you'll certainly hear no objections from me. Professor Manuela, you and I can take charge of the remaining houses.
What? It's decided already? I was at least expecting a fight. Maybe some hair pulling? And as for you, my mysterious new student, I look forward to getting to know you much, much better throughout the year.
The gall of these people making decisions for you. It's enough to make one's head spin.
Right. In any case, I'm looking forward to learning from you, Professor Yaritza.
I'll inform you of our first mission soon.
What? So Yaritza is already the professor? I'm not quite sure what happened.
Sorry, what mission?
Oh, did we fail to mention that? Each month, every house in the Academy is given a mission entailing some form of service to the church.
The students of the Blue Lion House are now playable. Okay, so Dimitri. Strength. D2 for strength and defense. Felix for strength and speed. Mercedes for magic. Dex, I guess. Charm. Ash for strength and dex, as well as speed. Annette magic. Sylvain strength. And Ingrid soldier. I think they all have crests in this game, aside from Ash and D2. Okay.
Professor Yaritza told me the good news. Welcome to the Blue Lion House. I'm excited for us to learn and grow together. But for now, please, make yourself at home.
Our whole house has been buzzing since we heard you were getting assigned here. So we're going to treat you to a welcome feast tonight. Assuming you're okay with the fancy offerings at the dining hall, that is.
You saved His Highness's life. That means the whole kingdom owes you one. And I can't think of a better way to get to know each other than gathering around the table for a meal.
Enough chatter. You're a mercenary, right? How's your swordsmanship? You must have some skill if the boar here gave you passing marks.
Wow.
But I won't know for sure until we cross blades at the training grounds. I'll see you there, before dinner.
That's no way to talk, Felix. You are being rude. Still, I must admit I'm curious as well. Rumor has it you're quite the exceptional fighter.
I'm happy to spar with any of you. Frankly, this brings me right back to my old merc buddies.
Trade blows if you must, but please try not to injure each other. The The training grounds can be a little tough to find. Oh, why don't I show you the way later? Trust me, I'm speaking from experience. One wrong turn and you're up in the library staring down the tallest stack of books you've ever seen.
Yes, this is the largest monastery in Fodlan, so it's easy to get lost if you let your mind wander.
If you struggle to settle in, say so. You helped His Highness. We are in your debt.
Remember your mission?
We are to stamp out what's left of the Iron King's thieves. If I may, Professor, it seems a bit challenging for a first mission.
But their leader, Costas, has already been dealt with. If the Professor thinks us capable of mopping up the rest, I trust his judgment.
Good. Prepare yourself.
Why is your voice like that?
He's gone.
Professor Yaritza isn't much of a talker. Or easy to talk to, for that matter.
Okay, so it seems that whichever group I'll be into, Yaritza will be the professor.
I'm certain you'll get used to him. He may be a touch curt, but he's not a bad person at heart.
Why is your brother?
Still, bandit hunting right out of the gate? This is quite the mission.
After the events in the mountains, I hesitate to put His Highness in further danger.
You worry too much to do. Besides, we have a trustworthy new ally coming with us.
Take the brace and run with it. Advise greater caution. Yeah.
We should proceed with caution. Though if we keep our heads on straight, there's nothing to be afraid of.
Well said. Your Highness, stay close.
Don't bother, Dedu. You could grab this soup for brains by the scruff and he'd still squirm loose and charge headlong into battle.
Wow.
Whatever the case, we should be doubly prepared. And we'll be counting on our mercenary friend here to assist us.
Of course. Express quite confidence. Power of equip.
I won't let you down.
Two weeks later. Oh.
There you are, Yaritza. I have word from the knights.
It is time?
Yes. The bandits have fled north into the canyon bordering Count Ro's land in the kingdom. But the knights have cut off their escape, and now stand ready to provide whatever support the students may require.
We'll leave at once.
I needn't remind you, this is the first real battle for some of our charges. I trust you will keep them safe. Though I likely do not need to worry with an old hand like you at their side.
No, you don't. You there. It's time for the mission. Gather the others.
About time we saw some action.
Okay. But why is Yaritza's voice like this? It's too
Lost
low.
sight of them?
Ashamed to admit it, but yes. It's possible someone magicked the bandits away.
Magicked?
But why go to that kind of trouble for a handful of highwaymen scum?
So be it. We'll follow the blood scent.
Right, of course. We'll follow... Wait, what?
We're leaving. Everyone, follow me.
Professor Yaritza, where are you going?
Oh, will this be an ambush?
Well, he must have deduced where the bandits are. We should keep pace.
Pathetic.
Professor, it does not seem wise to charge ahead without... Hmm? What's this?
From the look of it, they're bandits. Or they were.
Dead by my hand.
Whoa. Wait, so are these the bad guys we were after?
Most likely. I caught them trying to escape to that fortress.
Interesting. That must be their stronghold.
In that case, we'd better clean the place out before they harm the nearby villages.
They've got their tails between their legs now, so this should be easy. Let's go.
Whoa there. Doesn't this whole fortress thing raise red flags for anyone else?
I agree. If this is their stronghold, why are there no signs of life?
It could be a trap to lure us in.
Suggest you hold back.
It's not smart to rush an enemy stronghold when we have no idea what's waiting for us inside. We should hold off for now.
I completely agree. I mean, look at the place. It's both dark and creepy.
The decision is not ours to make.
That's right. We're still on a mission after all. It's up to Professor Yaritza.
And I say, enter the fortress. Dispatch any bandits you find.
Wow. What a professor.
But isn't it dangerous for us to go by ourselves?
There can't be more than a handful. You should have no issue. If need be, I will intervene.
You sound confident, but I've still got a bad feeling about this.
Brace for the worst. No guts, no glory, am I right?
Should things go awry, Your Highness, stay behind me.
If things go awry, I will fall back. And I expect the rest of you to do the same.
I'm more than ready for this fortress. Let's see if it's ready for me.
If the professor's with us, I'm certain we'll be fine.
Then it's settled. Stay vigilant, everyone.
Okay, defeat thieves. So, it's a big place. The battle ends in victory when you fulfill the victory conditions. It ends in defeat when you fulfill defeat conditions. The rout of important units, such as the main character and house leaders, was also result in defeat. These conditions can change during the course of battle. You can check the victory and defeat conditions from battle prep screen and by selecting battle details from the boss menu. Nani? Okay. Shez. So this is Ash. Dimitri. And they do. What? Oh. Okay, so I'm sword, axe, and lance. Oh. So I think that's fine. Oh, so I can actually deploy only 3. It's auto battle. In auto battle, you can set how units will act when not given their orders. Attack aggressively, attack nearby enemies and strongholds. Defend allies and allies strongholds. Standby. Units go on standby after completing orders. Whoa. Okay. Tak. Army status. Well, I can use them. Don't know why. It's only 4. Don't know why. It's army status. Authority. Unit guides. Support. Okay. I used him. Demolisher. Hold the button when performing strong attacks. Trigger blast on impact that deal minor damage to enemies. Taking hits while guarding. Slightly restores the warrior gauge. In order to guard, reduces damage received from enemies by 30%. Holding ZR, use L to create and place a zone of winds as long cooldown time. Lockpick. Allow units to open chests without a key and unlock special gates. Also grant a very low chance of increasing item drops by fallen enemy commanders. In order to seize Reduce damage received from enemies by 30%. Oh. Touch in the middle of attack to increase speeds by 1 tier. Reach maximum speed after cycle touches. The battalion is deployed, the battalion is depleted, slightly increases damage dealt to enemies. In order to seize, damage dealt to enemies. Okay, so he can be seizing his guard in order to attack. Okay. Here seize. At 300 hits and above, increase attack range and damage dealt proportional to the hit count. Depth alert when an ally of the opposite sex is nearby, or is the unit's adjutant exactly. Increase the awakening gauge gauge. In order to attack, reduce damage received from enemies. Adding very slightly, fills the unique ability gauge and gradually restores HP. Magic is used to restore an ally's HP, allows the caster to recover half the amount of the restored HP. In order to defend, with the unique ability, use a magic. This boost will randomly take one of the following forms. Attack will be imbued with an element corresponding to the unit. With speed, attacks become critical. Defeating 30 or more enemies with a single warrior special grants a small increase in damage dealt to enemies for a period of time. We have Sunshine. Increase. Sarge increases the war gauge when attacking enemies, launch into the air, to guards. Okay. Let's try. Enemies defeated must be 600. Damage taken is 40%. 12 minutes.
We'll put the bandits to rout. Follow me.
Press L to display quick menu 2. Push an allied unit and press L to assign them as your adjutant. Oh. Active unit stats will be raised. Oh, okay. You can choose what the buttons display. Other screen, you're pressing Z or other. Select the unit whom you'd like to assign that adjutant and choosing.
Huh? Hey! We got intruders!
Here comes whoever they are. Looks like we'll have to fight our way out of this.
Well, that was something. Moving on.
I made it. So this is what real battle is like.
Okay.
We will proceed as planned.
Okay, so attack.
I'll do my best.
Let's use...
I'm a little nervous about this. I'll do my best.
Oh.
I'll back them up. Leave this to me.
Hey, that's...
I'll do it.
When magic attacks, you inflict the wind torrent status on enemies. Okay, when turn units will suffer heavy damage after being launched into the air. Such damage can also inflict air blades that additionally damage surrounding units. Stronger the elemental effect of the attack, the greater the chance of inflicting the wind torrent status. Also be easier to generate powerful air blade.
But I must. Let's do this! I'll fight here!
letting you have my life depends on it.
Now we know who to kill to open the gate.
Okay, orders.
Do my best. I'm a little nip.
Is indicated by something. The map can be opened by defeating its gatekeeper or by capturing adjacent strongholds. Gates with X display will only be open as the battle progresses. Okay. Pick up a weapon pack. And where's that weapon pack?
Take a breather. I've awaited this moment. Sorry, everyone. I tried to stop him.
Let's secure the interior. This place is bigger than I thought. Split up.
I pray they find peace in the grave.
A treasure chest. We'll need to find the key.
I can get it open without one if you want. Not exactly proud of that skill, but...
Fine.
I was all ready to grab a nice haul from that chest. And now those intruders are all over the thing.
I know who has the key.
Okay.
I'll show you what I can do.
Nice.
This mission has gotten out of hand.
I suppose this isn't exactly a trap, but I still don't know what to expect from where.
Okay, let's try. What's this? Okay, lance.
Not a problem. We will proceed as planned.
Let's begin. It's time to move.
We will proceed as planned.
We must strive to perform to the best of...
Not a problem. I've got this.
Let's begin.
It's the other. Ooh.
Let's begin. It's time to move. grant them no mercy.
Nice. You? Yeah, what now?
Let's begin.
Not a problem. I've got this.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of...
I'll do my best. I'll back them up.
Okay, let's defend.
We will proceed as planned. We must... I've awaited this moment.
Shocked.
Don't let the stronghold fall. To your posts, everyone.
It's not over.
What's this? Okay, so next, what's this? Soldier.
Let's begin. It's time to move.
I'll do my best. I'll back them up.
Or what's this?
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our ability.
Wait, seize.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
It's an old structure, but very well built. These ruffians are lucky to have such a perfect hideout.
Let us crush their defenses! I won't lose!
Gotta keep aiming higher.
Okay, as long as there's speed and strength.
There. We've taken control of the fortress. Now, let us have a look around.
Search the basement. Something is amiss.
Okay. Let's do a lot of it. But wait.
Let's begin. It's time.
Hey.
Hey, there's a prisoner down here. She looks like an academy student.
Nice.
I think I'm improving.
Okay, you don't have defense, but it's fine.
Let's do this!
I forgot her name.
Are you here to rescue me?
Are you all right? What are you doing here? Never mind. We can discuss that later.
Thank you for saving me.
Don't let the girl escape, or Kranya will make us wish we were dead.
What?
It's not safe here. We must take the girl and run.
Okay, so I just need to defend.
Let's begin. I will be your shield.
I'll do my best.
And see.
I'm a little nervous about this.
Not a problem. I've got this.
Is the guard order? Yes, I did.
They're after the girl. Well, we shook this hornet's nest, so it's on us to keep her safe.
Just leave me alone already!
More bandits? Perhaps.
Let's hurry up and get rid of them.
That should do it.
Okay.
I must keep aiming higher.
Sorry I'm slowing you down. The world is still a little wobbly at the moment.
Take a breath. My turn.
My turn?
Leave this
Not
to
a
me.
chance to give him the slip.
I'm going.
I shall take the lead.
More bandits that eluded us. Leave none alive.
So that
Not a problem.
wait.
I've got this.
Okay.
Let's take it for ourselves.
More are coming. These are no mere bandits.
I got this.
Yet. For the love of...
That should do it. Hurry.
Okay.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
Okay, so it's with. Wait, where am I going?
take it for ourselves!
Good. That's the last of them.
Okay. We should be safe here. I mean, I hope we are at least.
Stand down!
All right. Who came in here and trashed my beautiful stronghold?
Oh, Cranya.
Hi there. I'm Cranya, but you can just call me the lady that's about to murder you. Or, you know, don't.
It's her. So be it. Kill her.
Wait, I need...
Not a problem. I've got this.
What? You're still not... Okay, actually... it's just...
We must...
I got this! You will not step aside yet!
Oh, he's very slow.
So, if you've got any pretty last words lined up, now would be the time. Not that I'm going to pay attention.
Bear witness to my might! You're through!
Oh, so that's
Stand
it.
down!
Take a breather.
My turn!
Take a breather.
I've awaited this moment.
Stand back now. Let's begin.
Okay.
It's time.
You're not going anywhere, Monica. I have something very special planned for you.
Hey. Oh, exactly.
You asked for it. Release the creature we captured.
What?
It's some sort of beast. Get ready, everyone. We have to take it down.
Near a monster, its HP weaknesses will be displayed. Monster protected 4 barriers. Okay, by using an awakened attack, sharing a barrier will take an armor break.
Attack in force. You'll never defeat it alone.
All the numbers in the world won't save you. I am here to aid you.
This is going to be a long fight.
Its strength fades. Don't let up.
I defy you!
My turn! I'll do what I must!
Why am I here? Okay, I'll just let them kill the demon beast.
It's not over.
I'll show you what I can do!
So I got a heal.
Defeated a demonic beast? Impossible! Talus isn't going to like this at all. You'll pay for this. You'll all
Monica
pay.
is not Kronya in this.
These names are wholly unfamiliar to me. But at least we won the day.
Okay, completion time.
I must keep aiming higher.
Wow, all but that strength.
I think I've grown.
What? It's fine.
I'm just glad I could.
Of course. Ash.
I think I'm improving.
Yeah. But no HP. Where's that? Whoa.
This'll help me break new boundaries.
My unit cost level increases. They can gain new combat arts, magic, and abilities. This acquisition can differ between units, even for those within the same class. Manage them from the convoy menu.
How can I best use this power?
I'm getting better.
Hey, I'm getting better.
Spirited Seas. Some items have ability attributes. Attributes come into effect when that weapon is equipped. There are several different types. Multiples of the same weapon can have different attributes. Battles with a high recommended level will afford you greater chances of acquiring a weapon with good attributes. However, some weapons will always have the same attribute. Okay. Boost Awakenings. Venom Edge level 2. Mysterial Attacks. Speed Factor level 1. I think this is the best because it's level 2. Oh, invoke crest effects. Plus regular attacks. Defense Factor. So Kronya is not
We should be safe here for the time being.
this girl.
I'm well acquainted with Professor Yaritza, but the rest of you are this year's Blue Lions, I presume?
That's correct. But if I may, how did you come to be wearing our uniform? Also, how do you know Professor Yaritza? Were you enrolled at the Officers' Academy?
She's one of last year's students. A Black Eagle.
That would make you our senior, but what are you doing in a place like this?
Well, I was just on the verge of graduation last year when I was kidnapped by the strangest people. In truth, I thought I'd never breathe fresh air again. Thank you for coming when you did. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Monica von Ox, eldest daughter of the Empire's Baron Ox.
Yes. I think I understand. This all began when the knights lost sight of the bandits and you gave chase. Afterward, you entered a suspicious fortress and rescued a missing student. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I'll be sure to smooth things over for you once we're back.
Sounds good. But, why are you even here, Alois?
Because the knights sent for help after you left them behind. Did you expect anything different? Not that I'm trying to lay blame at your feet. I know you were following Professor Yaritza's lead, so I think everyone involved can head home knowing they did just swell. For as you know, all swell that ends swell.
Still, I find this a rather grave turn of events. To think the same bandits who attacked our charges were behind another student's abduction.
I never said I was kidnapped by bandits.
You didn't?
We saw others in the fortress. People who were clearly not bandits. This is just a thought. What if they were the ones truly in charge, and the bandits mere pawns?
Agree.
Yeah, there was one real piece of work. Kronya, I think, who managed to escape. I've seen all kinds of people as a mercenary, and she was definitely not your everyday bandit.
You're on the right path. Perhaps I should just tell you who kidnapped me, seeing as I already know.
What? Why didn't you mention this earlier?
Everyone was busy speculating, so it was difficult to cut in.
What do you know, child? Out with it.
Well, the one who kidnapped me was Tomas the librarian. I'm certain of it. I could tell from his gait, and how he held his staff. I suppose he isn't the simple scholar you think he is.
Tomas? Impossible!
But Tomas has been at Garrick Mach even longer than I have. I don't want to believe it, but based on what you say, we've no choice but to investigate.
But Sir Alois...
Be on guard. If Tomas is in league with Kronya, he is dangerous.
Very well. I will quietly report the matter to Lady Rhea and leave the decision in her hands. Not a word of this to anyone. Is that clear?
Well, now things are getting interesting. Honestly, did not see this coming. So what do you make of this Kronya? Why do you think she was at the fortress?
You seemed preoccupied with her during the battle. She a friend of yours?
Sadly, I wouldn't know. My memory is but a shadow at this point. Gone, vanished, lost. I remember meeting you, but before that, nothing at all. And yet, the moment I saw her, I was struck with the most inexplicable feeling. I couldn't tell you if it was revulsion or affection. It was simply pure emotion.
And here I thought I had it tough.
Are you worried about me? How adorable! Oh, but I do love that about you.
And so, the knights have been ordered to apprehend Tomas. As it happens, he's been absent from Garrick Mach for the last several days.
Wow, the story's fast. It's like many chapters in 3 houses. So weird. What kind of game is this?
They are using this opportunity to prepare quietly, and intend to seize him upon his return.
Hard to believe someone within the monastery was working against us.
It's shocking, yes, but we have testimony from the very person he abducted. Not to mention all the other evidence they found. No surprise they want to bring the guy in.
This could be our only chance to find out about his co-conspirators.
So who is this Tomas guy anyway? You say he works in the library?
He used to help me track down all manner of obscure books. I always thought he was just a kind old man.
Tomas is the last person I'd picture as a murderous kidnapper.
I asked around, and it seems he's been in his current position for over 40 years. Why he'd choose to lash out at the church now is beyond me.
Maybe his feelings aren't new. There could have been troubling signs for a while that we aren't aware of.
Even if that's true, what is the point of kidnapping a student?
Venture a guess. Leave the conjecture to someone else.
No point in guessing. We'll know the truth as soon as the church snatches him up.
Yeah, that's true.
Will we? I doubt they'll just reveal their findings to anyone who asks.
Your Highness, did this man hire the bandits that attacked you in the mountains?
That's what I'm told, but I've yet to confirm it. There is evidence that seems to link them.
I don't know about you, but I'm going to feel a lot less safe after this.
You're not alone. Rumors are flying around the monastery about who else might be a traitor.
You'd think the church would do a better job vetting the people they employ.
Maybe it's not so easy to... Hey, do you hear that? Something's happening outside.
Are they ready at the gates?
Yes, sir. Every exit is covered.
Well, well, it sounds like Tomas has returned. I don't know why I know this, but you need to get out there, and quickly.
Mention Tomas before you run off.
I think he's here. I'll be back.
Shouldn't we take a moment to... Very well. We'll be right behind you.
There he is!
That man down there.
Lady Rhea wants to speak with you. I suggest you accept.
This doddering persona of mine will benefit me no further.
What is this?
Familiar, right?
Such hubris from mere vermin. You will pay for this.
Find him!
Right!
What he did was just like...
Just like what? Crisis
Prologue.
in Ferdiad.
Crisis in Ferdiad. Upon his return to Garrick Mach, the humble Tomas shapeshifts and flees, and not even the Knights of Ceres's most concerted efforts can track down the erstwhile librarian. Dmitri elects to keep an eye on events from afar and not involve himself in the disturbance. Soon, however, an urgent message arrives from Ferdiad, capital of the Kingdom of Fargus.
Well, that was certainly an unexpected conclusion to the whole Tomas saga. Thanks to his shapeshifting ability, he slipped free of the Knights and escaped.
Shapeshifting?
Yes, that's what I said. Also, I know what you want to say next. His powers are just like the ones you gave me.
Say it.
His powers are just like the ones you gave me. Are you in league with him, Arval? Where do these powers come from?
If I am in league with him, no one has informed me. All I have is you, my dear partner in destiny. Still, I saw what you saw. Clearly, we don't have a monopoly on shapeshifting.
Now that everyone knows about Tomas, some of them must have connected the dots back to me. At least they've had the grace to keep it to themselves.
It's because they trust you. Hold on, someone's coming.
What, is he asleep? Or...
Ah, there you are.
So he's just standing there.
Something wrong?
No, I simply wanted to check in after the unsettling events of the other day.
Yeah, admit that you feel uneasy.
I kinda try not to dwell on stuff like that. But I admit I'm having more trouble shrugging this off than usual. It's gonna make my life a lot harder if my powers end up being evil.
Perhaps. And yet... How do I put this? Power is neutral. The good or evil of it comes from the one who wields it. For example, I possess extreme strength, and have always believed this gift was bestowed upon me so that I might protect others. And you used your power to save us, which means it cannot possibly be evil.
Didn't mean to fish for sympathy there, but... well, thanks.
My apologies if I overstepped.
I've been looking all over for you, Prince Dimitri. Her Grace the Archbishop is asking for you. She requests that you come to the audience chamber immediately. Duke Fraldarius has arrived for a visit.
Rodrigue is here? I'm on my way. Let us continue this discussion later.
Okay.
Hold on. What did you say?
I've only just heard the news, so I'm a bit hazy on the finer points. But it seems my uncle has seized control of the capital and declared war on House Fraldarius.
Oh.
All signs point to him wanting to stamp the line out entirely.
That's Felix's family, right? They're one of the kingdom's leading houses. What does the royal family gain from eliminating them?
I'd wager it has to do with House Fraldarius supporting my claim to the throne.
The bigger question is why the Grand Duke chose to launch an offensive now of all times.
Whatever the reason, he must have decided to act before His Highness's coronation could take place.
My uncle claims House Fraldarius is attempting to install me as their puppet. As such, he issued a written appeal to the Western Lords to help him rescue me from the Duke's foul clutches, as he puts it.
In what cruel world would our noble house take the reins of a boor like you?
Don't ask me, it's his pretext.
So what exactly is going on in the capital? You said it's been seized.
Oh dear. I do hope nobody there has been met with foul play.
He's in no position to engage such a move until I've been removed from the situation.
I say the Regent should be dealt with. I haven't heard one good thing about his leadership.
So it's Arundel, I guess.
I've no intention of becoming a pawn in this game. All the same, I must return to Fargus at once. Didu, you will accompany me.
As you wish, Your Highness.
Felix, I'm sure your father will contact you soon. For now, just wait for Rodrigue to weigh in.
Ash?
Sorry, it's just that Lenato used to be in the Grand Duke's service, so...
He is a man of compassion. It's not out of the question he'll be swayed to my uncle's side. Truth be told, we're not sure where anyone's allegiances lie at this point. So let's not hasten to conclusions, any of us. We must all keep level heads.
Okay, western side of Florida. Oh. Kingdom
I'm
of
told you are
Fargus.
sending the knights to help us, Lady Rhea. I do not wish to sound ungrateful, but are you sure you want to do that?
The Church of Seros cannot overlook this grievance.
Regrettably, many of our knights were dispatched elsewhere several days ago on another matter. However, while we may lack numbers, we have put together a unit of considerable skill. It will be captained by someone near and dear to you, in fact. Someone well suited to a mission within the kingdom.
Someone near to... Ah, of course. That is encouraging.
Since its very inception, we have watched over the kingdom of Fargus as one would their own child. When its peace is threatened, the Church has no choice but to act.
I have not forgotten your outpouring of aid after my father's passing 4 years ago. And I swear to repay that kindness in full.
One other thing. A suggestion, if you will, from the Church.
Oh.
Interesting. So she wants all of us to go with you?
Yes. This time, the Knights of Seros will be accompanying us, in addition to Professor Yaritza.
Well, I certainly don't mind. But Annie and Ash, what about you?
You know I'm always behind you. But considering what it means for my uncle, I don't know. House Dominic's lands are surrounded by other houses that are likely to support Rufus's claim.
Oh, it's Rufus.
If I join you, it could sour my family's relations with our neighbors.
I'll go. I mean, of course I don't want to get Lenato into any trouble, but I also know he'd want me to do what I think is right.
I'm sorry to place such a difficult decision on your shoulders, Ash. And what of you?
Of course.
I'm in. The more time I spend here at the Academy, the more I miss actual fighting. Besides, I want to use my powers to help. After all, the good or evil of a thing comes from the person wielding it. Am I right?
Indeed it does. You have my thanks.
There you go again, throwing yourself headlong into the first conflict you find. No wonder I have to keep stepping in to guide you. Still, we basically have no choice, so run wild, I guess.
I'll inform you of the details soon. Please ensure you're prepared by then.
Okay. Close allies, Dimitri, Didu, and Ash. Of course. Born in a mountain, hamlet in Leicester. Oh. Some mercenary and begins living as a wanderer. Close. Okay. Don't have crest. It's also River strategy of Tusker. It's just the same. Serve as distinguished commander for the kingdom leads the suppression of the Western Kingdom Rebellion. This is his family during kingdom subjugation of Tusker. Eldest son of a blacksmith in Tusker region. Oh, okay. Hey, Dudu Molinaro. I didn't know he has that surname. Okay. So only 3 of them. Temporarily parted ways with Annette. Being for the ad before we know it. Guess I should see what others are up to. Okay. Carpe Diem. Increase dex speed by 5. Oxbuster guns found here with their advantage against enemies equipped with axes. Lance prowess increases damage to 10. Backbone. This unit's chance of getting knocked back by attacks. Grants 1/3 advantage against swords. To do strength +2 against lances. Axe on lance. Lance on sword. Okay, 20% chance increase the damage dealt by strong attacks. Okay, with a boy's grip, increase damage to enemies by 10%. A slight restores a war gauge upon seizing a stronghold. Ooh. Lance. Increases damage to lance. Sword. 25% chance to slightly increase the damage dealt by combat arts. % chance that weapon durability will not decrease when using recovery magic. Okay, so it's Bow Buster. 5% chance to slightly increase the damage dealt by combat arts. Okay. Okay. Okay, Iron Sword. Sword that inflicts foes with biting poison. So I can't grip. How can I equip? Sure. I can't equip items. It temporarily receives a minor boost in strength and magic proportional to speed when attacking.
Have you need of me?
You know what sort of life His Highness led when he lived in Ferdiad before coming to the Academy? Well, I'll tell you. Under the pretext of guarding him, the Grand Duke provided an escort who watched his every move at all times. Despite having committed no crime, he was basically put under house arrest, where they even read his letters. Can you imagine? Sadly, we minor knights on the fringes could do little for him. But this time, I'm going to help. That's why I fled the capital and came running here. Okay. Wait, so I just talked to him. Try to cheer them up.
Got a sec?
Don't look so glum, Dimitri. Everyone fights with their family at some point in their life. You've a wit like a rapier. Perhaps I do well to pick up on a bit of that cheer. I had a missive sent to my uncle, but I wager I'll not receive a reply.
I implore you.
Please continue with preparations so we can set out immediately if the fighting starts. Okay. Rodrigue.
Yes? Nice day we're having.
Well now, are you a student of the Officers Academy? I am Rodrigue Akil Flordarius. The very man at the center of the maelstrom we find ourselves in. I have my apologies for getting you involved in this recent discord. Ask him if he's Felix is dead. Introduce yourself. Hey, the name's Shez. I'm working with the Blue Lines, at least for the time being. Then we are Malvans.
Would it bother you?
Industrial it will be essential if we are to take the royal capital. So I would like to ask your aid in the matter if at all possible. I don't know how to talk.
Got a second?
Hey, cheer up, Felix. Your dad's getting worried. I know how unpleasant it feels to have people make weird claims about your family. Don't ask if you have it all figured out. That sort of things would never bother me. Ask why he's upset, doubt his denial.
Meh.
So if that's not what's bothering you, why do you look like you just got punched in the guts? Because a certain someone's indecision is making me sick to my stomach.
Not good.
Look, if you're that concerned about His Highness, you should just say something to him. Why should the job of cheering him up fall to me?
Not good.
I think I chose wrong option.
Oh, that's right.
Now that I think of it, I heard something when we were leaving Gareth Monk. Evidently, Professor Yaritza set out for the Imperial capital along with the Black Eagles. If I'm not mistaken, most of the Knights of Ceres had some sort of business which kept them from joining us on this mission. I'm certain it's not Academy related, but I wonder what Annie and the others are doing. Okay.
think so.
Well,
Are you sure this is okay, Ash? Lord Donato was once a servant of the Grand Duke, after all. Yes. When he learned of the circumstances, he told me to hold on to what I believe was just. Praise Lord Donato.
Let's see.
Lord Donato is your adoptive father, right, Ash? He sounds like quite the man. Thanks. I hope to be just like him someday.
Let's give it a go.
Which is exactly why I'm going to do what I believe in. Ingrid, don't worry. Maybe you really are suited to be a knight, Ash. Okay, last person. It's the two. Hey. I had a business meeting coming up in Ferdiad, but that's been cancelled. It's hardly the time for that now. Sure you remember what the king went to meet with the leaders of Dusker, yes? Well, they've been beset by attackers from Dusker on their way there. All were killed, only the young prince made it. Oh. Someone marshaled an army and sent soldiers to raise Dusker immediately. In the meantime, Ferdiad is all in chaos without a king. Dusker really made a mistake here. They're all going to be punished for the actions of a few extremists. Still, considering what they did, maybe they deserve it. I suppose that means that we can no longer trade with Dusker. Shame. There's gold to be mined near Gwenhwyvar? And their blacksmiths are exceptional. No matter what, don't do anything until I return. Merchant's letters sent from Ferdiad. The other blue highlighted things. I loathe the Grand Duke. He tried to harm His Highness on countless occasions. Not surprised by his candor, returning to finish. His Highness's first campaign was suppressing the rebellion in the west. That too was a plot of the Grand Duke. Only because of House Flodarius did His Highness emerge unscathed. Assassination attempts continued unceasingly in the palace afterward as well. Given what happened with King Lambert and Dusker,
well,
His Highness must be aware of the man's ill intent. Alright, I better get some rest before the fighting kicks off. So, technically, the uncle wants Dimitri dead.
You have my thanks.
See, I've spoken with everyone. Consideration is much appreciated. I shall depart the moment everything is ready. Please be sure to rest until then. Yes.
The Duke has stamped out most of the troops who invaded Fraldarius.
This is Dimitri.
As things stand, a clash on royal soil and eventually within the capital is inevitable. As you are the only blood kin I have, my lord, I pray we might find a way to resolve this conflict peacefully.
Oh, so this is the uncle.
What rubbish. He sings of conciliation, but I know a threat when I read it.
So this is Rufus.
Shouldn't you take better care of a letter from your dear nephew, my lord?
Oh, Cornelia.
He's not expecting a reply. The creature means to slay me.
Your fear of Prince Dimitri runs deeper than I thought. You shouldn't have missed your chance 4 years ago in Dusker, or 2 years ago during the suppression of the rebellion. That's twice you failed to kill him.
I've learned my lesson. A lion's cub is still a lion, and one cannot slay a lion with a clumsy scheme. It's those monstrous eyes, Cornelia. They terrify me. The boy is a vicious animal, yet he attempts to feign actual grief that we can't find common ground. The aberrance of it shakes me to my core.
I understand completely.
Every night since I killed my brother, I dream a lion is ripping out my throat.
You'll run yourself ragged if you live your days in fear of revenge. You were meant to rule Fargus, and you have the power to make it so. Your royal army is the finest in the realm, and if I may be so bold, you also have me. Put your worries to rest, my king. Sleep deeply and without fear.
I'm so utterly tired. Tired of being afraid. Tired of what I've become. All of it.
I see. And how much longer until Talus gives the word?
I know only that something is amiss in the Imperial capital.
Curse it all! I am not waiting 1,000 years for that doddering old fool to act. Rally the Western lords and their troops, and be quick about it. Have them make ready to intercept that whelp.
As you command, Cleobulus.
Cleobulus. Oh. Cleobulus. That's new.
According to our scouts, the enemy has positioned their troops on the capital streets.
So they can use the townsfolk as shields when we take the fight to them. With vulgar tactics.
Well, now that we know their strategy, our next move will be critical. A victory stained with the people's blood achieves nothing. We'll need to move our forces swiftly, but with caution. Jadu, has there been a reply from my uncle?
Nothing of yet.
I thought not.
Your Highness, will you truly be able to strike Rufus down when the time comes?
I will do what is required of me.
Preparations are complete, Your Highness.
The people are waiting for you, Dimitri. Let's not keep them any longer.
No, we'd best not.
You're our commander, but you look like you're heading for a funeral. Could you maybe try not being so insufferable?
Felix to Felix.
Apologies for my demeanor. I've more than a few things on my mind. But very well. Let's begin our final war council.
You look pale. Not keen on fighting your own blood?
Sadly, I saw this fight coming long ago.
Then what's the problem?
Now that I've brought the fight to the streets of the capital, I wonder if my actions are right. Most of the people here favor keeping the royal line of succession. That's because my father and the kings before him maintained peace inside these walls. But ever since my uncle seized power, the people have been forced to endure his licentious reign. Did you know they asked me to assume the throne before my time at the academy? They said only a true king could undo Rufus's misrule.
So why didn't you?
Because it would have divided the kingdom, just as it's doing now. Yet had I supported my uncle's claim, it would have been open rebellion. And the only way to prevent such a rebellion is to invade the capital and kill the regent. In other words, I cannot restore my grandfather's peace without first breaking it.
In that case, there's no reason to hesitate. You know fighting is the only answer here. You just have to accept it.
My apologies. I have a bad habit of agonizing over such things. And as all of you have come this far to help me, the least I can do is make an attempt at optimism.
Okay. Defeat Rufus. Oh, there's none. Before starting a battle, you can adjust which units to deploy. I see. Units placed within the dark blue grid will be available to control and give orders to. Units placed in light blue grid will only be available to give orders to. Oh. Highlight a unit to see the advantage against the enemies that will appear on the battlefield. You can check by weapon type and extra effectiveness. Choose units that will have an advantage against the enemies you will be facing. Okay, so light blue I won't be able to control. That's fine. Dimitri, Ash, Sylvain, and Felix. Right, I'll use Sylvain. And Felix. Oh, I can't. 5, 6, 7. That's the convoy. To equip a weapon, the unit's weapon level must be equal to the or greater than the weapon's weapon level. You can increase a unit's weapon level by increasing their class level or promoting them to a more advanced class. When your weapon level increases, they will be able to attack more times consecutively with that type of weapon. Okay. 2. 7. Okay. Invoke crest effects. Mysterious attacks. Speed factor. I use this. Net grid Mercenaries please. Let's get this. Then Shy Shield. Oh. And sweep. I just use the defaults for now. Changing the class enough and you can experiment with different combinations of units of unique abilities and class actions. Classes marked with the blue arrow indicate the class bonus for that unit. Use a class bonus to receive additional experience in battle and training. Okay. So bonus with Archer. With Mercenary. There's nothing. What? Priest. Pegasus Knight. H. Okay. abilities. The convoy menu is where you prepare for battle, equip weapons, combat arts, and magic, change abilities, change classes. Changing classes when change your weapons, you can equip as well as your actions during battle. Also change your advantage against enemies. Acquire new weapons in the last battles, go and equip it. I think let's go.
As we feared, the soldiers are using the town.
Okay.
Begin the operation. Townsfolk as shields.
Okay, she has guard. I think they're all guard. This is C's. I'm right. Attack.
I'll do what I can.
Okay.
It's worth a shot. I'll do what I can. It's worth a shot.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
We will proceed as planned.
What coward?
Wait. Okay, so Gilbert.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our ability.
Hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so Sylvain is more of defense. Attack.
Hear you loud and clear. I'll make short work of this.
What's this? Oh, road tree.
Begin the operation.
Let's begin. It's time to move.
Begin the operation. Our orders are clear.
Shall we? I'll provide assistance.
And our first priority is to secure the people's safety. My uncle... Wait. We'll start by eliminating guards on the capital perimeter. Commence the attack.
This will go fast.
When poisoned, you will take damage over a set period of time. Also, your strength and magic will be reduced.
Faster if we split into two groups.
Let us take this stronghold.
They're coming. Shore up the defenses.
Now's our chance. Attack! I almost broke a sweat there. Next.
Okay.
Begin the operation.
I order to defend.
I have your back.
I'll do my best.
Dash to attack. Oh, it's guard. Wait.
Let's begin. Grant them no mercy.
Let's do this!
Nice.
Perimeter.
Let's begin. I will be your shield.
Okay, defense.
Shall we?
Okay, let's guard
I'll provide
Sylvain.
assistance.
We will proceed as planned.
Okay, so you can attack.
Secure. Things should be easier now that we know our backs are safe. Open the gates and seize the town, but ensure no harm comes to the people.
Ferdiad is large. We should divide and conquer.
Hey, aren't the front gates still closed off? We should probably open them up so we can get reinforcements in here, yeah?
A fine idea. And if things go awry, we might need another way out.
Seize the stronghold and open the main gates.
Don't let them in.
For the love of God!
Do not let a single one in.
Gotta keep aiming higher.
Wait, so... Actually... Who are you? I see.
Shall we? I'll provide assistance.
I'll do my best.
Wait. I don't think we can seize that.
I'm a little nervous about this.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our...
I'll do what I can. It's worth a shot.
It's not over.
Still alive?
Clearly, the apple did not fall far from the tree.
To think they would involve innocent people. We must end this battle as soon as we can.
Let's take it for ourselves.
It's not over.
You gotta go up. Wait.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
So it sees.
I'll do what I can. It's worth a shot.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to hear you loud and clear.
Leave the back. Let's take it for ourselves.
Now's our chance. Attack! Is this really the...
Okay, so Dimitri defeated that.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our ability.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this. I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous. I'll do my best.
The best the officers of Ether can offer. Disappointing.
I must keep aiming higher.
It's not over. Here it comes.
Okay. Wait, so Rodriguez there. Okay.
I'll do what I can. It's worth a shot.
We will proceed as planned.
Set up this.
We must strive to perform to the best of our ability.
Okay.
Hear you loud and clear.
Set up this.
I'll make short work of this.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
Now's our chance. Attack!
Let's take it for ourselves.
Okay, what now?
Take this! In that case, fling open the gates. Sorry, Your Highness. Stole your thunder there. You're all right. Some nights we should have never let it come to this. Do not blame yourselves. However, if you seek to make amends, lend me your strength and help me reclaim the capital.
Okay, so what's next? Is this closed? Huh.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our ability.
Hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
I'll make short work of this.
What discarding?
Shall we?
Not quite sure.
Let's give it a shot.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
I'll do what I can. It's worth a shot.
We will proceed as planned. We must...
Okay, let's just finish this, guys.
It's not over.
I do this for His Highness.
Okay, that's it.
Not a problem. I've got this.
Oh.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
I'll do what I can. I'll do what I can. It's worth a shot.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our ability.
Hear you loud and clear. Come on, let's get marching. Hear you loud and come on, let's get marching. Hear you loud. Come on, let's get marching. I'll make short work of this.
Stand back!
Forgive me, my lord.
I see our enemy is somewhat competent. Deal with this, Viscount Kleiman.
Worry not, Cornelia. We will save Prince Dimitri from that vile puppeteer who controls him.
Okay.
Shall we?
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our ability.
Need to take care of those soldiers before we're boxed in.
I suggest we again divide our soldiers to deal with the multiple threats, Your Highness.
I can still fight! No, not yet! Top block! I can still fight!
Okay.
Hear you loud and clear. I'll make short work of this.
Shall we?
We need to guards.
I'll provide assistance.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to
I'll do what I can. It's worth a shot.
I'll do my best.
Let's do. No.
Hear you loud and clear.
Shall we?
Where's Ingrid? Where's Ingrid?
Begin the operation.
Let's see.
I have your back.
Let's begin. I will be your shield. Don't let them in.
Do not let a single one in.
Need to put
Begin the operation.
ingredients.
Stand down. Here goes.
This is just sad. Can we please hurry and get this battle over with?
Unchallenged.
Top block! Hey, you tried. Take a breather. It's not over.
think I'm improving. Please, Your Highness, you must see reason. We are only doing our duty.
Take him into cover.
What's this move?
Begin the operation.
Putting grid to
I have your back.
Custody. I have a lot of questions for him.
Watch and learn.
At once, Your Highness.
Oh.
Thank the goddess we were able to keep the people out of harm's way.
No, not yet. This ends now.
Do not let a single one in.
Nice.
The town should be safe for the time being.
Let's begin. Come with me. Let's begin. I will be.
Us on to the castle.
Stand back.
How do we breach the castle with the drawbridges up?
These people are hopelessly outnumbered. Unleash our units from the strongholds and crush them all.
Okay. So it's opened.
I'll do what I can.
Let's use this.
It's worth a shot.
Okay, Mercedes. Okay, there's Ash.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
Hear you loud and clear. Leave the backup to me.
Shall we?
Defense.
I'll provide assistance.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our...
Not a problem. I've got it. Take a breather.
This could be our chance. There are controls by the castle gates that lower the drawbridges. We can do so from within the strongholds.
Your Highness, the troops that escaped the castle have taken up position in the surrounding strongholds.
Won't do. We must retake them at once and ensure the town is safe for good.
If you're here to rescue us, give us the honor.
Gotta keep aiming higher.
Joining you in battle.
Wow. It's very high levels.
Let's begin.
Let's try to seize.
It's time to move.
Begin the operation. I have your back.
Now's our chance. Attack! Let's take it for ourselves!
This area is secure. Not a moment too soon, it seems.
It's not over.
Grant them no mercy.
Out of the way! Here it comes!
Okay. Uh.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our ability.
I'll do what I can. It's worth a shot.
Shall we? Let's give it a shot.
Let's begin. It's time to move.
Where's Ash?
I'll do my best.
Okay, come with me.
I'll back them up. Hear you loud and clear. I'll make short work.
Now's our chance.
Attack!
I'm stronger. We'll see about that.
Magic. Why?
That's the last of the strongholds. We should be much quieter around here from now on.
Okay.
Leave this to me.
Exam suit. Okay. What to do?
Not a problem. I've got this.
Okay.
Begin the operation. Our orders are clear.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
Okay.
I'll do what I can. It's worth a shot.
Shall we? I'll provide assistance.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our ability.
Let's begin. It's time. I'll do it.
Okay, let's go. So I have the key. Oh.
No regrets. Out of the way!
It's not over. Of course, the main entrance is blocked. We need to find another way in.
Well done. Now to lower the drawbridge.
Gotta remember how this feels.
Magic. Why magic?
Now's our chance. Attack!
Good. Now, if we lower the other drawbridge, we'll be able to attack the enemy from both sides.
You underestimated the royal wealth. Time for someone to put him in his place.
Wait.
Let's begin. I will be your shield.
It's defense. So great.
Begin the operation. I have your back.
I'll do my best. I'll back them up. I'll do my best.
Crises.
I'm a little nervous about this.
Okay. See this.
Not a problem. I've got this.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to Now that we have access to both the east and west bridges, it's time to breach the capital, corner the traitors, and strike them down.
Cornelia Arnim. My, this is your lucky day. I've decided that you deserve my personal attention.
Oh. First theory.
You truly are whimsical. Will today mark my death or his? Either way, this farce will finally come to a close.
Do not let a single one in.
Okay. I am dying.
Begin the operation. I have your back.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
I'm a little nervous about this.
Ingrid is level 1.
Begin the
Why is that?
operation. Our orders
I
are
can
clear.
do that first.
Shall we?
Must defend this.
I'll provide assistance.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our ability.
Don't let them in.
Cross the drawbridges.
this stronghold.
Well,
Shall we?
can...
Shall we? I'll provide assistance.
Let's begin. It's time to move.
Hear you loud and clear. I'll make short work of this.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to perform to the best of our ability.
Okay, now...
Begin the operation.
see. Discard.
I have your back.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
I'll do what I can. It's worth a shot.
Not a problem. I've got it. Take a breather. Out of the way! On to the next one.
We can always depend on your strength.
Oh, why the long faces? Does our hospitality displease you so?
Take this!
Oh my, what fascinating power you possess.
Sure is. But if you think I needed to beat you, think again.
Oh, you poor dears. I've never seen so many deluded fools in one place. Now that's more like it. It wouldn't feel like a real fight if I simply tore you limb from limb right out of the gate.
Don't let up. We can break her.
You little beasts. None of this would be happening if not for the old man Thomas. Look at me, getting wrapped up in my fun again. What's that?
Begin the operation.
Okay, I think...
I'll do my best.
I'll do what I can. I'll do what I can. It's worth a shot.
Sadly, I must bid you farewell.
She's slippery, that one.
Begin the
Need to
operation.
level up.
Our order.
So, it's come to this at last. Well, Dimitri, if you want my head, then come claim it.
I intend to, Uncle.
So I can't get in?
On our pride as knights, we will...
Not a problem. I've got this.
Shall we? I'll provide assistance.
Let's begin. It's time to move.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to
Hear you loud and clear. I'll make short work of watch and
defend our
learn.
liege to the last.
I had long hoped for a day we might finally see eye to eye.
Foolish child. A man and a monster can never come to
Sit! Don't block!
It's over.
My uncle seems determined to not surrender. Which means he gives me no other choice.
You'll pay.
Got you! Hey, you tried!
What right do you have to rule over men when you're barely human yourself? You're an aberration. Nothing more.
Fine hit!
I should have killed you at Dusker when I had the chance.
Wow, they're so slow. Okay,
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
Begin the operation.
No regrets!
that's nice.
What are you waiting for, monster? Kill me. Avenge your father.
Find that man and take him away.
Your Highness, we are moving Rufus to a cell and preparing him for questioning.
Good, thank you. I will join you shortly. Raise your voices with me, friends! You fought hard this day, and now, victory is ours!
Okay.
Gotta keep aiming higher.
Magic.
I think I've grown.
Why? What the?
I'm stronger. We'll see about that.
Yeah, no strength.
I must keep aiming higher.
That's fine.
Oh, I feel stronger.
Luck. Why?
I won't let myself stop here.
Ooh, mustard.
I'm a better man now than I was 5 minutes ago.
Oh, max HP 500.
I'm getting better.
Hey, I'm getting better.
Tracking shots.
How can I best use this power?
Will sweep.
Yes, this makes sense.
Javelin. Nice. Resistance factor. That's strength and magic. Portion to rest.
Something you feel like saying?
No.
All traitors get put to the sword. It's his duty as king.
Final words?
None for you. But tell me something, boy. Does it trouble you to slay your own kin? What a surprise. I did not think you capable of sympathy, craven monster that you are.
Yes. But either way, I do what I must.
Well, to perish by your hand, it is a fate that I much deserve.
Oh. Dimitri's different in this game.
Which leaves the lords Elidor, Mateus, and Kleiman.
Editor Mateus and Kleiman.
We believe they, as well as many powerful Western lords, were accomplices in the assassination of the late king. Along with the Grand Duke, they seem to have received large sums of money and supplies from the imperial nobility. Thinking this to be recompense for the assassination in Duscur, we investigated the link further. In 1171, the mage Cornelia arranged for a certain powerful imperial family to come to the kingdom.
That's the year when my step-uncle, Lord Arundel, brought Edelgard here in exile.
Correct. We think Lord Arundel and his followers were behind the matter. They have deep ties to the imperial household.
As I suspected. You're a clever man, Margrave Gautier. Well done.
Oh, this is Sylvain's father.
Thank you, Your Highness. If we continue wringing information out of them at this pace, we'll soon have a clear picture of what transpired.
My uncle's attendants must also confess to the slaughter in Duscur. But now that things have come this far, we can't expect the Western lords to stay silent. We need a way to keep them far from power.
Oh, there are always ways, provided you're willing to keep all your options open.
Yes, I suppose so. Let us speak more of this later. For now, spread word of what you have found to every palace and pub in the land. That should help keep the lords in check.
Is that wise, Your Highness? If we announce that Rufus was involved in the tragedy of Duscur...
I will not feed my people half-truths. They deserve to know.
I've always admired that candor, Your Highness. Yet such news is sure to create a degree of unrest in the kingdom.
Yes.
So you suggest we bury the truth? Should it somehow come to light, the people's faith in me will be forever shaken. If the kingdom is ever to part ways with our bloody past, this is the path we must walk.
Fine words, though I doubt they'll appease the people of Duscur, nor the rest of Fargus, many of whom will not be so quick to forgive.
Ha! We thought you might say as much, which is why His Highness and I have devised a solution. I will resign the title of Duke and pass it to my heir.
Oh.
Spare me, Rodrigue. One person with wild ideas is already one too many.
It's not wild at all, Matthias. Someone must bear responsibility for what happened in Duscur. People will naturally seek to point the finger at His Highness, and we need him unsullied if he is to lead. Someone has to get down in the mud and bear the slings and arrows for him. Who better for such a task than me?
Rodrigue will abandon his title and work with Dedue to restore harmony between our people. I'm not asking him to take his life. Rather, he offered to spend it to set things to rights.
In that case, we've only to deal with the issue of the throne. I believe we should move forward with your coronation straight away.
I agree. My time at the Officers' Academy was a valuable experience, but I belong here now. Obviously, Felix won't be able to return either. Have him come to me later, so I can deliver the news and an apology.
I've already had a word and told him what must be done. You've no need to apologize.
Yes, I have. As for you, Gustav, you'll also be staying here in the kingdom.
But I abandoned my homeland. There can be no place for me in Fargus.
I will make a place for you. I need your help. Lady Rhea will understand.
It would be my great honor, Your Highness.
Send word to the church and the lords. Count Galatea will be in charge of contacting the south.
Galatea is Ingrid's family.
Now, there's another topic I'd like to discuss. I wish to reorganize my army. Since I have you all assembled, I'd like to hear your suggestions.
You still working, Dimitri? Have you even slept since the battle?
Never mind that. There's a favor I've been meaning to ask of you. It won't happen right away, but I'm considering the formation of a new private army. I need someone to captain them, and I was hoping it might be you.
And what does the leader of the kingdom need with a private army?
I fear my uncle may have rubbed off on too many of my knights. I'm not saying they're all bad, but it's clear as day that bribery ran rampant. To rectify the matter, I'm looking into a complete reorganization of the army. These next several years will be an age of civil war, and I want to be surrounded with the best and most loyal soldiers I can find.
Well, that does sound interesting. Still, I'm just a regular old grunt. Why put me in charge?
Because this will be an army of commoners, not knights and nobles. A mercenary like you is far more likely to earn their trust than some stuffy noble who's never known a day of hardship. Please, allow me to be clear. This is not an order. If you'd rather return to the academy, you're free to do so.
Are you kidding? I'm in. Thank you, Dimitri.
Having put down Rufus's revolt and ended his uncle's life, Dimitri draws closer to the truth regarding the tragedy of Duscur, and also begins the process of ascending the throne. All the while, the Adrestian Empire deals with a fierce power struggle in its capital, Enbar, while the Leicester Alliance finds themselves pitted against an invading Almiran horde.
Oh, so each country actually has a problem.
Realizing the troubles of Fodlan will fall squarely on her young students' shoulders, Archbishop Rhea closes the Officers' Academy and permits her charges to return home.
Return. Fin. Final chapter.
Azure Gleam. To war.
Ooh, this is a very long
It is
demo.
the end of 1181. 2 years have passed since the Officers' Academy closed its doors. After ascending the throne, Dimitri labors to bring peace to the Holy Kingdom of Fargus. With Edelgard ruling as the Emperor of Adrestia and Claude leading the Leicester Alliance, the three erstwhile schoolmates strike out as the next generation of leaders. A new era is dawning in Fodlan, and much teeters at the brink of great change. The first tremors of a major upheaval rock the land as Edelgard declares war on the Central Church.
Oh. Why is Edelgard like a maid? Like a warrior maid?
Pardon my lateness, Your Majesty.
Cool.
You needn't worry, Felix. I know your duties are many. Though, I'm afraid we could not wait for you to begin the discussion.
This is about the Empire's declaration of war against the Central Church, yes?
Indeed. As you're aware, we have already begun accepting refugees from Garreg Mach. But a few days ago, I received a confidential request from Seteth, asking us to protect the higher-ranking members of the Church, including Lady Rhea herself. Of course, we'd only meet this eventuality were Garreg Mach to fall. As it stands, we find ourselves quite literally stuck between the Empire and the Church. I'm not sure how much longer we can remain neutral.
If I might, Your Majesty, troubling as it may be, I believe it prudent for us to reject this proposal from the Church outright. Offering them shelter will only serve to provoke an invasion from the Empire. This matter of the Southern Church concerns me as well, but I believe we have more important matters to be fussing over at the moment.
Your counsel is much appreciated, Viscount Elidor, but I assure you, things are not as cut and dry as you make them out to be. The mandate granted to the King of Fargus and all the lords who serve under him is given legitimacy only by the grace of the Church. Are we to renounce the very heart of this kingdom simply because we shudder at the thought of invasion? War will always come at one point or another, and some degree of suffering is purely inevitable. You know this as well as I, Viscount.
You dare speak of suffering, do you? When the blaze of war will not scorch your lands in the north as it does ours?
I would normally agree that those of us from the Northern Territory should hold less sway in this discussion. But if Garrick Mach were to fall, the war front would not halt in the west. Your Majesty, what of House Rowe or Galatea, or the others in the south?
Not a word from Count Rowe as it stands. But I did receive a missive from Count Galatea. It read, "My people are not fools enough to rejoice in the surrender of their territories to invaders. There is no morality in turning our backs on the institution at the very foundation of our lives. We must support the Church as they have supported us."
Your Majesty, we owe a great debt to the Central Church for their role in quelling the uprising 2 years ago. To not repay such generosity in kind would risk weakening the trust of your vassals.
And if that happens, we might find ourselves right back in the same mess as before. They lack the crest of Blaidd, but there's no small number of nobles who might crawl out of the woodwork claiming royal blood. The kingdom's already seen the turmoil and division such claimants can bring after the death of King Klaus.
But Duke Fraldarius, surely we are better served attempting to head off the very real and imminent war at hand, instead of debating hypothetical unrest.
I don't want my people to suffer the pain of conflict. But does anyone here really think the Empire will simply stop if we appease their every demand?
Yeah.
Suppose we do let the Empire take the Archbishop. And suppose we accept this new Southern Church. Then what?
I imagine the Empire plans to install the Bishop of the Southern Church, Count Varley, in Lady Rhea's place. I fear I've heard nothing good concerning either the man himself or his teachings.
Count Varley.
They purport to be an arm of the Church of Seros, but the Southern Church is nothing more than a mouthpiece for the Empire at large.
In other words, rejecting the Central Church in favor of this new Southern one would be no different from flat-out accepting imperial rule. It's hard to say just how they would treat our kingdom were such events to unfold, though I imagine it would involve heavy taxation for the express purpose of bleeding Fargus dry and filling the imperial coffers.
Do you have something to add, Duke Fraldarius?
Not really, no. I was just wondering how long we were planning to continue this tedious charade. The question's simple. Do we hand over our kingdom and subject ourselves to imperial rule or not?
I believe the Margrave has been quite clear as to what will happen if we give in to the Empire's demands. We've all been informed of the rapid reformation their region has undergone, many aspects of which I admire, I'm not ashamed to say. But an old, stubborn land like ours isn't suited for such tempestuous change. Radical new freedoms are not what the people of Fargus need right now. They need stability, steady improvement in their daily lives, and real, lasting change can only come from a solid foundation.
Sounds like your Majesty has made up his mind then. Just say the word and we'll leap into action.
The Holy Kingdom of Fargus will hereby offer asylum to the Church of Seros. Everyone, sharpen your blades and prepare for the battles ahead. Gustav, Dedu, make to ride at once. Our intentions must be made clear, not only to the Church and the Empire, but to Count Rowe as well, and all the other lords who failed to answer my summons.
Understood, Your Majesty.
Okay, this game is a bit
Did you
chatty.
hear? Sounds like we're gonna be going to war with the Empire.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, we've been fighting battle after battle through every corner of Fargus. But I never thought we'd be going toe-to-toe with the actual Empire. I'd be nervous if it even felt real.
Don't worry. It'll start feeling very real very quick once the sword starts swinging.
You know, that might be the single worst attempt at motivational speaking I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Not that I'm much surprised at this point.
I can't help but wonder, though. What happens to Fargus now? I feel like things have been steadily improving lately, but not everyone favors His Majesty as I do.
Yeah, I hear the grumbles too. But there's not a ruler in the world who doesn't have their fair share of critics, right?
Right.
All I know is we wouldn't be where we are now if not for him. I mean, look at me, saddled with some mysterious power we don't know anything about, and he still chose to put his faith in me. It's only right I return the favor in kind. Oh, and speak of the devil.
Am I interrupting something?
No, of course not. Please, allow me to take my leave. Your Majesty, Commander.
Wait, the character doesn't age. Why is that?
So, you heard all that, huh?
Is it the same model?
More or less. I apologize for the interruption, but there's an urgent matter at hand.
Anything I can do to help?
There is. As you know, we've offered asylum to the Central Church in their efforts to flee the Empire. As such, we are to escort the Archbishop herself to the royal capital at once. I expect heavy pursuit from the Imperial forces, so I am assembling a team of those I trust most to assist in the mission. Of course, I'll be leading my own regiment into battle. But I was wondering if you'd be willing to accompany me.
What, is that it? I'd be glad to. How are things looking at Garreg Mach while we're on the subject?
Grim. Neither the Knights of Seros nor the monastery ramparts are capable of holding off the Empire's massive military might. I dare say we have precious little time to waste. Prepare to deploy at once.
Okay, I read this one earlier. Red Bar owner. Aegis Shield owner. Lurin. Oh, the relics. Your tent is rather nice, isn't it? I suppose it pays to be a commander. You said it. Things are totally different here compared to all the small-time outfits I used to run with. Now I've got my own space, where I can kick back and keep all my stuff in order. This probably means they expect a lot from you, more than your title implies, I would imagine. Your personal quarters located in the upper left of the base camp minimap. Press A near the desk to change appearance and view documents.
That reminds me.
Yeesh, this camp is something else. Did you see how many merchants we've got?
How tiresome.
Are you finished sightseeing yet? I believe I heard your employer calling for you. Base camp is where you prepare for battle. You can interact with your allies and make use of all kinds of facilities. Fatigue is now playable. Ooh. Annette has rejoined you. Some units have gained your improvements. Okay. Change appearance. Changing unit appearances. You can change your unit's appearance by selecting the change appearance option in your personal quarters. Changing their camp appearance will alter how they appear in camp. And changing their battle appearance will alter how they appear in combat. Here you can change your unit's appearance in camp. Changes may not apply for some events. Here you can choose how units looks in battle. Standard issue deployed using class-based attire. Some unit exclusive classes feature personalized attire. Class-based prioritize class-based attire. Unique prioritize personalized unit exclusive class attire. Unique attire cannot apply to some classes. These classes will instead deploy with class-based attire. Okay, what do you have? Okay. New documents. It's the same one. Spend renown. Ooh. Or is a human enterprise? In that sense, you are very much the same as those on the other side. It cannot coexist, so we are determined to kill each other. I suppose that's the nature of this beast. That's correct. Okay, so I think we can like do some battles. Sorry, you're still figuring out our strategy. You should go and make sure you're fully prepared. Okay. Here's where you keep all of all the achievements you complete. Got rewards ready to give out based on how many achievements you rack up. So get out there and start doing stuff.
Well, how'd it go?
Speak with the reward master to check your achievements and accept rewards. The reward master can be found in the command center in the middle of the camp. Achievements can be won both in and out of battle. The more achievements you complete, the higher quality of awards will become. So aim high. You can also check your achievements from the pause menu while in camp, on the warm-up, or during battle. Okay. Work real hard for this, but it juice. Oh, chalice at the beginnings. I like this. And here you are. Ooh. Retinue of the goddess. While they lack the power to transform, their previous skills honor her now. These are good. These are nice.
Any result's a good result.
Over here. I've been waiting for you.
I was waiting for you, Shez. Allow me to explain our plan of action.
How about this?
Let's first look at this map. Oh. We're preparing to march from our camp, which is located here. Once you're ready, we will advance to Aelel, the Valley of Torments, and rendezvous with Lady Rhea. However, we have received reports of bandits disturbing the peace in that area.
There you have it.
We'll need to strike them down and restore order for us to proceed safely. Aelel. You must not let your guard down, no matter who we face. Make sure you're fully prepared for what lies ahead. For instance, have you had the chance to use the training grounds or browse the marketplace yet?
I implore you.
There are facilities where you can improve your weapons and prepare for battle. Be sure to make use of them. Okay. In our press area to open the menu to select the destination. Select a facility, unit, or location to instantly travel there. Oh, that's nice. Training grounds. Here you can train your mind and body and gain proficiency in new classes. Never hurts to be prepared. I'm sure you'll be seeing you often. Use training cards to improve your units. Make use of following options. Train, increase class level up or set, raise or reset the unit's level. Car class, attain certification for a new class, mock battle trial unit or class.
Time to work you into shape.
Training allows you to gain class experience with your units in the training slots. It is assigned to the same training slot with train as a pair and gain support points. As the pair will learn from each other, one unit's weapon level is higher, the other unit will earn experience bonus based on the difference. The greater the difference, the higher the bonus. Training will consume training points. Training points will be refilled to the maximum amount at the start of the new chapter. Okay, let's put in a net. Chess. Did you? 60, 70, 66. Car class. Car new classes at the training grounds if you want to change a different or more advanced class. You want to learn a new class, master your corresponding subordinate class. Car to see corresponding to the class category. Increases start growth rates, increases weapon level, and sorority level. Once you've learned the class, you may change to it at any time by selecting class change on the convoy menu. Okay. Ooh, my lord. Let's try this. Oh, already unlocked. Ash. Archer.
Will this make me stronger?
Okay, so I can still... Ooh. Okay, we can do Cavalier. Let us try Harlord first. Okay, train. Let's try Mercenaries. Or Dimitri. Felix. Rodrigue. Dimitri and Mercedes. Dimitri and Ingrid. Successive training. Continue successive training until a unit masters a class or you run out of training points.
Hey, I'm stronger! Yes, this makes sense.
Got to give this a try sometime.
How can I best use this power?
Ooh, that's nice. Hey. T2. Let's try this.
Hey, I'm stronger! Yes, this makes sense.
I'm getting better.
How can I best use this power?
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
Okay. Let's try chess. Create with Ash. Jew with Sylvain.
Hey, I'm stronger!
Hey, new power!
I'm a better man now than I was 5 minutes ago.
The more I'm capable of, the more I can help His Majesty.
I can't wait to test my newfound strength.
Time to work you into shape.
Okay. Fire Lords. Yes, make you armored knights.
My duty remains unchanged.
Patience. Flugil, not sure. Okay, Felix. Mercenary.
I can make this work.
Yes, Ash, Archer, Vein, Cavalier.
Well, how do...
Mercedes is Priest.
I love tackling a new challenge.
And that's the mage.
Sure, I'll take a swing at it.
And Ingrid as Pegasus Knights.
I believe in my own potential.
I think that's it.
Can't wait to see how you do.
Armor. Welcome. Take a gander at all our wondrous weapons.
Welcome.
Well, they're
That all for today?
It's fine. So,
Come back soon.
okay, convoy. We have Veninage. Ooh. Added bar. Atrocity when wielding it. Would this be like heroes are special weapons for an individual who possesses the relic crest wields it. Combination unlocks powerful combat arts and magic as well as other special effects. However, if a unit without a crest wields a relic, they will suffer damage during battle. Hero relics are powerful, their true strength is not yet drawn out in their initial state. You can unleash their effects at the blacksmith. Okay. Armas. +3. I like the Venom type. Aegis Shield. Ooh. Iron Sword plus. I like the crest. Evoke crest. What's creative material? Adds 1 to the maximum forge count when you're making weapons. Still a rainbow. Critical rushes. boost awakenings. Boost aerial attacks, resistance factor. Oh, you don't have your relic. Upgrades. Yeah, blue win. It's fine. Very rich. So there's no blacksmith by now. Shopkeeper. You got plenty of goods that will surely come in handy. I look forward to doing business with you. The item shop, you can buy and sell various items including food, ingredients, and gifts. Items in the shop can have limited stock and can sell out. However, the shop will restock at the start of a new chapter.
I carry a little of everything here.
The widgets.
Hope to see you again soon.
With the bare necessities at least, time to get to work. Let's pick the strategist. What's... I'm responsible for doling out our marching orders. Give me a shout if you want to deploy for battle. Speak to the strategist to head out to your next battle. You can also deploy at the camp gate or by pressing ZO.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
From the warm-up, you can select a battlefield to deploy to. Blue regions already captured, red regions available to be captured. Winning a battle will capture that region and will make any neighboring regions accessible as well. You can also deploy again to territories that were already captured from the warm-up. Each chapter contains multiple battles, main quest and the final battle of the chapter, side quests and other battles along the way. Achieve victory in the main quest to advance the story. Main quests and side quests may display differently on the warmap. Oh, okay. Bridge secured by your arm. I think that's cavalry. Let's try this. I thought we can deploy. So I can only deploy here. What? Baddies are behind the road ahead. Defeat them swiftly and march into the aid of the Archbishop. Okay. Defeat the brawler in the other ends. Okay. Level 3 surveying. Okay, archer. Okay, the duel will not be of help here.
I won't fail.
It's fine. 2 swords. Like this. Chapter 4 onwards, you can use 2-player split screen during battle. Ooh, 2-player split screens unavailable for certain quests. During battle prep, press something minus to switch between 1-player and 2-player modes. In the menu or the battle map screen. You can also adjust the controls for player 2 from the pause screen by selecting System Settings button. Settings. Let's see. Okay, Sylvain is good for defense. Abilities. By your spirits. My guarding costs the unit to perform perfect guard. Spirited Seas. Increases attack and charm by 5. Increases damage to enemies by 10%. Faith. So it's getting knocked back. And HP is 50% or below, strong attacks will break an enemy's cards. Let's fight.
The fight starts now.
Prepare to crash it.
Okay.
Not a problem. I've got this. Hear you loud and clear. I'll make short work of this.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
And then
I'll do what I can.
I'll use you.
It's worth it. Against the shield of Vargas.
We're with you all the way. Stand tall. Think twice before taking any rash action. There is no return from the realm of the dead.
Playing classic mode, units whose HP is reduced to 0 from chapter 4 onwards can last forever. Okay.
Let's take it for ourselves.
Actually, I don't know if we're going to die or not.
My wounds are severe. I have to fall back. What's next? It's not over.
I hope this helps.
I can still fight! No regrets! No, not yet! Let's do this!
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
I don't know how long I can hold out. Help me, please!
I need to be stronger, faster.
Why no strength?
hear you loud and clear. Leave the backup to me.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
I'm a little nervous about this.
Not a problem. I've got this. Retreat!
All right, let's do this.
We're not losing to anyone!
It's not over.
You know what they say about playing with fire.
The tide is turning in our favor!
So that's how it is.
What?
I can still I'm not too slow. You shall pay for this. You hear? Give it up! Too easy! Retreat! I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough. Time to make a name for ourselves.
We're done for. The rest is up to you.
We did it.
Actually, you can just leave them.
Give it up. Too slow. I got this. I won't lose. Not yet.
I need to train harder.
I got this.
Yeah, not bad. This place won't be a problem anymore.
I'm still not satisfied.
You've done Fargus proud.
Too slow. Too easy.
Okay.
I'll do my best.
Seize.
I'm a little nervous about this.
Not a problem. I've got this.
Let's take it for our
need to be stronger.
Yeah, you need to.
I can still fight!
Who do you think I am?
There's no stopping you, huh? I better pick up the pace.
Hey, you're going to die.
Think I'm in trouble here.
What?
Too easy! Give it up! Too easy! In a bad spot. Too slow!
Sana.
Yes, we did it! Could have gone better.
Yeah. Oh, there's you. Nice. Okay.
It's worth a shot. I've secured the area.
Oh.
Give it up! No, not yet! What the?
Wow.
Let's take a moment and savor this victory. Wish this wasn't so much effort.
Still no strength.
I can do even better. I need to be stronger, faster.
Oh, venin lines. Pen and bow. Capture regions of the war map to acquire strategy resources. Strategy resources are required for using strategies during the main quest of each chapter. Any leftover strategy resource will not carry over into the next chapter. See.
We've determined the Archbishop's course, Your Majesty. She makes for the Valley of Torment.
Then she's fleeing north, to Fargus.
There is also, of course, a passage to Daphnal territory within the Alliance. But I surmise you are correct. She surely makes for the kingdom.
If Fargus has chosen to side with the Central Church, it stands to reason they'll mobilize their forces to escort the Archbishop. If they do rendezvous with her and manage to retreat to the kingdom, our one chance will be lost.
Yes. We cannot let her slip through our grasp. I will see to it myself that we don't. Your Majesty, I will need a squadron well equipped for pursuit if I am to accomplish this task. One such as the Brigid Hunters. Given our considerable losses during the suppression of Garreg Mach, a smaller unit would be preferable for this undertaking.
Petra's unit. Very well. Take anyone you think could prove useful to your efforts. If we can capture the Archbishop, the tides of this war will turn drastically in our favor.
Agreed, Your Majesty.
Oh, they have
As for
different
you,
outfits.
gather the others. We must discuss what to do about the kingdom.
Right away, Your Majesty.
Complete a side quest to unlock surveying spots in that region. Survey them to receive all kinds of rewards. Types of surveying spots and rewards. Simply visiting the spot grants the reward. You must pay to receive the reward. Your choices determine the reward. Conditions must be met in order to survey the spots. Okay. Building material.
Okay.
Oh yeah, my life. Take this as a token of my gratitude. My rewards for surveying the regions you've captured. Return to camp to kingdom. Oh. Let's see.
Come this way.
Oh yes, they have a moment. Why? What do you want from me?
At your service.
My apologies for stealing you away such a busy time, but I have a request. The truth is, we're lacking in the hands to help with tasks around the camp. Do you mind volunteering? Our master is ready to direct anyone who wishes to volunteer. You're a bit out of hand. Okay. We're looking for volunteers to help around the camp. You all need to chip in to make life here as pleasant as possible. You can volunteer around camp alongside two allies to raise support points and morale. There are many different volunteer tasks and your allies have their own strengths and weaknesses regarding them. Choose a volunteer task that your allies are ideal for and you'll likely receive a higher rank and in turn more support points. Oh. The activities volunteering allows allies beside yourself to gain the most support points with one another. Receive renown rewards and gift items if you achieve the highest rank.
Care to make yourself useful?
Care for horses. Finish the pantry. Contain equipment. Continue retreat.
Counting on you both.
Let's do this, together.
Indeed. Let's give it our best.
Oh. Interactions and gifts can boost allies' morale. The more full the morale gauge, the more damage they will do to enemies. Cool. The unit HP reaches 0 during battle, their morale will go down 1 tier. Progressing to the next turn will reset morale to its initial states. When you volunteer, you receive renown based on your results. Renown can be exchanged in your personal quarters for all sorts of items. Okay.
You have my gratitude.
Great work, Sis. We couldn't have done it without you. Your face tells me you're hungry. Critic says where the mess hall is. Said you're feeling peckish as well, right?
What?
What? Why do you have to? Fine, whatever. You have any preferences, Shes? So you usually make your own food. Well, I usually make my own food, so... That was back when you were a mercenary, but fine. I guess we'll see how good your cooking is. Help yourself to our food reserves, just don't go wasting them. Cook a meal for an ally. Kitchen Master. Provide food for everyone in the army here. Feel free to bring in ingredients and make your own meals. The mess hall you can cook for allies and eat with them. You can increase the dishes available through the facility effects and by acquiring recipes. Each dish comes with unique meal effects. The effects apply to all allies. Taking into account at the end of the current chapter, stuck with other meal effects. You can also select 2 meal companions. Their morale and support parts will increase. Your allies have their own preferences when it comes to food. Serving them a favorite dish will increase the support points gained. Dishes are also given a cooking rank based on how well they are prepared. The higher the rank, the more support points you will receive.
Hunger is the true enemy.
There's no active meal. Okay. Sight to Face Awakening Gauge. Start of battle. Sight to Face Warrior Gauge. Start of battle. Awakening Gauge. Weapon durability to loss. Okay, let's do this. Ah. They're just standing there.
Yeah, the flavor's not really there. Might want to try something different next time.
My, this is heavenly. You're quite the cook.
I could scarf down some seconds, no problem. Maybe even thirds.
Ooh. Spending time with your allies consumes activity points. Activity points are automatically refilled to the max at the start of the new chapter. You may also gain activity points by capturing regions and searching surveying spots on the war map. Okay.
Wow.
I'm surprised you can make something this good with ingredients from Fargus. I bet others enjoyed it too. I'm sure that'll go a long way in gaining their trust. Throwing in a few gifts wouldn't hurt either. That's just common sense. Not that stuff like that works on me, mind you. But anyway, you probably pick things on the battlefield, right?
Well?
Maybe you could try giving someone a gift. People like that sort of thing. That's true. Maybe I should give something to Dimitri. You can give gifts to allies in camp to raise support points and morale. Allies have preferences when it comes to gifts. Giving them a gift they like will naturally grant more support points. Gifts are mainly purchased from item shop. Okay. So where's Dimitri?
What is it?
Is everything alright, Shez? Do you need something? A gift? Really? Ladies and those who like gardening. Wait, you're my quest. Let's go to item first. What? You're not... Eesh. Okay, that's a waste of gift.
What is it? Thank you.
Generous soul. You don't currently have any gifts that you can give. Okay. Oh, that sure kept me busy. Maybe we should head out to the next battle soon. Of course. Wait, I have one more.
Care to make yourself useful?
Finish the pantry. And so bang.
Counting on you both.
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, let's give it our best.
We all must do our fair share.
An award is available. Okay.
Well, how'd it go? Any result's a good result.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
Okay. So maybe after the fourth battle, this demo will end. Defeat a soldier and other enemies. The Myrmidon is routed. Ooh. Energized units. Sometimes units who didn't participate in the last battle will start to feel energized. Energized units who are deployed to battle will gain bonus experience points. Energized units will receive bonus experience during battle. On the battle results screen, all units sent out will receive bonus experience based on the number of energized units that were deployed. Ooh. After the battle is won, units will no longer feel energized whether they were deployed in battle or not. Performing certain actions during battle will increase support points. Defeating an enemy general with an adjutant assigned. Triggering a partner special with an adjutant assigned. Hitting an ally with magic. Each of those actions will only trigger an increase in support points once per battle between the same two units. Additionally, winning a battle will increase the support points within all units deployed in that battle. Oh, okay. Where's the Myrmidon? Okay, wait, swords are not good? Nice.
I won't let you down.
I can do this.
Ingredients. Wow. Seems to be on the other side.
I can depart at once.
Both of them. Okay. Doing. Iron Lance plus 1. Javelin. First area. Venom Edge level 1. Ooh. Abilities to Wielder's Ploy. Wait. Bowbuster. Okay, Annette is defense. Sylvain is attack. Mercenaries is defense. Guards. Guard.
We won't lose. Everyone, on me.
Okay, so here's the Myrmidon.
Shall we? I'll provide assistance.
Okay, Sylvain, L4. Okay,
Hear you loud and clear.
I'll use. I'll use Ingrid first.
Hear you loud and clear. Leave the backup to me.
Defend.
I'll give it 1,000%. I'll back you up. I'll give it 1,000%.
Guard.
I'll back you up.
Defend.
Shall we? I'll provide assistance.
This guy is attack. Let's see. Okay.
Hear you loud and clear. I'll make sure.
Don't push yourself too hard, okay?
I will not see my family's good name sullied. Everyone, advance!
Ooh.
I won't let anyone near this stronghold.
Gotcha! You're finished! Gotcha! No backing down! Not done yet!
It's not over.
So this is defeat.
Okay.
Begin the operation.
Order is actually... Why are you with?
Begin the operation. I have.
I'm sorry. I'm tougher than you think.
You shall pay for this, you hear?
Pretty good, huh?
I cannot grow complacent.
I need the winds. How to do that? Light magic attacks have certain percent chance of restoring your HP. They damage enemies. The greater the elemental effect of the attack, the greater the HP recovery. Some light magic attacks will not restore HP.
No backing down!
Nice, I like that.
This belongs to us now.
Wait, I need healing. Wow.
I'm tougher than you think.
I do hope you'll make this fun.
You never know until you try.
Okay, eliminate the bandits.
Shall we? I'll provide assistance.
Hear you loud and clear.
Oh, it's too far.
I should have taken this more seriously.
I'm not stopping now.
It's nice.
All would be lost if I were to die here.
You're finished.
It's not over.
Wait.
No backing down.
This will be a struggle. This doesn't look good. Please, I need help.
Sorry, but I'm not backing down.
I'm proud to say I studied beside you.
You're finished!
How can I face my comrades after this?
Time to make a name for ourselves.
Lose.
Wow, there's too many. What?
I got this.
I think it is just a cavalier.
I'm sorry. That's all I've got in me.
You'll pay. You shall pay for this. You hear?
We're done for. The rest is up.
Wish this wasn't so much
To you.
You're finished. Not your day, huh? You shall pay for this. You hear?
Where's my healer?
Shall we?
Hear you loud and clear. I'll make short work of this.
Begin the operation. Our orders are clear.
Allow me.
Let us take this stronghold.
Hey, asan yung mga kasama ko?
Let's take the stronghold.
Bend the knee.
Maybe this.
Thanks.
Are you ready? Please retreat. Sorry, but we'll be taking this.
This will be a struggle.
Oh, I should have been using
I've got this.
Mercenaries.
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
I got this.
This will be a struggle.
Yes, this should help.
Thank you.
To grant me strength. Dear goddess. This is it.
I see.
It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
My word!
Please retreat.
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
Please retreat. I won't back down. As much as it pains me to hurt people, I'll do whatever it takes to protect my friends.
Oops, sorry. I just couldn't peel my eyes off you for a minute there.
This will be a struggle.
Please retreat. Sorry. This just isn't my day. Let's stand strong.
This doesn't look good. Please, I need help.
Are you?
Maybe this.
Thank you.
You shall pay for this. You hear?
Grant me strength. Dear goddess. This is it.
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
This will be a struggle.
Not yet. For the love of... It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
This just isn't my day. This is ours now.
Okay, revive her.
Please retreat. Please retreat. Sorry.
This will be a struggle.
I won't back down.
No regrets!
Guess this should help. Many things. Grant me strength, dear goddess.
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
This isn't something to be proud of, but at least I've proven myself a bit.
You shall pay for this, you hear?
Please retreat. Are you ready?
It's not over. It's not over.
This will be a struggle.
Please retreat.
Wow, Mercenaries very
I've got this.
very good.
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
Grant me strength, dear goddess. This is it. I can't stop now.
Yeah, that was nice.
You shall pay for this, you hear?
It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
This is it. Was that helpful?
Oops.
I always used to worry about you, Mercedes. But I see now that there is no need.
I think that worked.
Okay, let's go to this side.
Are you ready? I can't.
You know what they say about playing with fire.
Grant me strength, dear goddess. This is it. Let's stand strong.
done for. The rest is up to you.
Let's be sure to keep hold of it.
Okay. Alright. I just
Hear you loud and clear. I'll make short work of this.
Shall we? Let's give it a shot.
Stand back.
I'm glad to go.
Ice magic and poison status. Ice magic attacks may click the poison status on enemies. Frozen units are unable to move or attack. Stronger the elemental effect on them. The attack, the greater the chance of inflicting the poison status. I like that.
Let's start the attack.
Hey.
I cannot grow complacent. This should make a good foothold.
Okay, time to...
Our order... You're mine! You'll never win! Thank you, my friend. All would be lost if I were to die here.
Out of the way!
Just one foot in front of the other.
You're really fired up there, Ingrid. Guess that means I can take it easy.
They put up a tough fight. You're mine! You'll never win! Thank you, my friend.
Not yet. Nice going, everyone. That's one in the win column.
Yeah, Batonat is dead.
Wish this wasn't so much effort.
So it will never level up.
I've got this. Oh, did I help? I've got this.
You are my MVP. Training points. I'm now advanced to near Ilium, Body of Torments. Once you complete the main quest of the chapter, the story will progress to the next chapter, and you will no longer be able to survey the current chapter surveying spots. Any leftover training points or activity points cannot be carried over to the next chapter. Make sure you've done everything you want to do before the playthrough chapter's main quest. New camp functions are available, head back to camp and check them out. Okay.
This way.
There's something to discuss. Shez.
Please.
I saw you gathering materials from our previous battle. I'd like you to take care of them. They can be used to expand the camp facilities. Speak to the facilities master for more information on expanding the facility. Build building material. Okay. Exchange materials to expand your facilities here. To see you making improvements, so we're fully prepared for battle. Speak with the facilities master to expand your facilities. Expanding a facility increases its functionality and offers numerous benefits. Locking facility effects will also raise your camp's level, which will increase the base value of your training points and activity points. You can obtain the resources necessary to expand the facility strategy by surveying the world map. You can also expand a specific facility by talking to that facility's manager.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities.
Set up a training dummy that can be used through a variety of classes. Versus training stats of 4. Gear higher quality training weapons, reducing maintenance cost. Buy new cooking utensils. Expands the number of dishes you can cook. Command by just expand the distribution networks around the campus. That increases types of gifts that you can be bought. Gifts.
Let me know if I may be of further service.
Consider the regions you've conquered and core materials for facility expansion. If you find yourself marching someplace new, make sure you do surveys once you conquered it. Expanding your facilities like that to make sure you're ready to wear it for the next battle throws at us.
Well, how'd it go?
Okay.
Any result's a good result.
I need training.
Time to work you into shape.
Core class. Level up. Training grounds, you can spend gold to level up your allies. However, you cannot exceed the level of current highest level units. And also reset a unit to level 1. Stats that went up due to leveling up will return to their level 1 values. The stats that went up due to using items and summering the retain those increases. Ooh. So pwede, you can reset. Okay, Annette and me, Ash and Dimitri. Survey. Felix. T2 and Felix.
I'm a better man now than I was 5 minutes ago.
Training can be the difference. With proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
Okay, let's do battles.
Well?
Let's see. Rescue the soldier and their allies. The soldier dominated the fighters. Oh. Yeah, did too.
I will do what I must.
Level 4, but okay, Annette, Silver, Felix, Ash, Dimitri. Okay, I'll just
I'll show you what a mercenary can do.
I hope she won't die. Talking with Bear's 90 feels the unique ability to go gauge. It's full press here to surprise strengthen yourself. Oh. Advantage 3. Quality material. T2. Bananas. What's the other ingredient? Okay.
Gotta pull my weight.
I will not let you die.
Okay.
Begin the operation. Our orders are clear.
Let's begin. It's time to move.
Then...
Not a problem. I've got it.
Don't worry. I know we'll get a chance to turn things around.
We need some help, and fast!
Imbeciles!
No backing down! You're finished!
I'm not faltering! Retreat!
Okay.
Not a problem. I've got this. We did it!
I'm tougher than you think!
Is that all we've got?
Success.
So this is defeat. I'm sorry.
Now then, what next?
Okay, so Ingrid.
Begin the operation. Our orders are clear.
Let's begin. It's time to move.
No backing down! You're finished! You're finished!
It's not over.
Okay.
Let's begin.
Okay,
I will.
You're finished!
It's not over.
God, I'm tougher than you think!
Nice.
I'm not stopping now.
Okay. Ingrid is in trouble.
This doesn't look good. Please, I need help.
Nice.
Begin the operation. Our taste more bitter than blackest coffee. That should do it. A great success.
Gotcha!
Stronghold secured.
Not a problem. I've got this.
Let's get started.
You're finished!
This stronghold will fall!
You're going down! You've got to do this! Gotcha! This is it!
A taste more bitter than black as coffee.
Okay, where to next?
Okay.
Let's begin.
Stop this.
Let's begin. It's time to move.
Begin the operation. Our orders are clear.
Keep it up.
I face my comrades after this.
Gotcha! Not sure how, but it worked.
Right on.
Okay.
Let's begin. I will be your shield.
Begin the operation. I have your back.
Not a problem. I'm here.
Capture complete.
This stronghold is ours!
Gotcha! I'm tougher than you think. You're finished. No backing down! I'm tougher than you think. Gotcha! No backing down! You're finished!
Nice.
Is that it? This should make things a little easier on us. This is it! You're finished! I'm tougher than you think.
You know what they say about playing with fire.
You're finished!
A large step.
This belongs to us now.
Okay.
Maybe now the enemy will just give up and go home. Maybe you're finished! This is it!
I didn't know you had it in you.
No backing down!
We're done for. The rest is up to you.
It's not over.
Okay.
I'm tougher than you think.
Is that all we've got?
I'm not stopping now. Let's capture some more.
Yes.
We've made it in time. I am so glad.
And Anat didn't die.
I cannot grow complacent.
Yay! I'm just getting started. I'm not stopping now.
Hey, a new power! Alright.
Master various classes. You'll be able to use some of the skills, combat arts, and magic you've learned in other classes as well. Once you've mastered the class, change to another class. Try out different combinations. Activity points recovered. Strategies should sometimes be added based on the information acquired from the surveying spots. Added strategies will be available to select on the bottom prep screen in the main quest. Ooh. Speed. Strength.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
Okay. Training.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
Okay, chess. Strut. Dollar. Ooh. Mercenary. Oh, I didn't master this one. Maybe mercenary. I see.
With proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
Let's see. Let's use gauntlets. Speed factor. Okay, what to do? Sure.
Care to make yourself useful?
Maintain equipment. Phoenix Symmetry.
I've got nothing to worry about with the two of you on the job.
Stuck with you again? Fine, let's get this over with.
Indeed. We should finish this quickly for both of our sakes.
What do you expect? That was child's play.
And yet, no. We can leave it at that. I appreciate the help today, Felix.
We all must do our fair share.
Okay. I think this is the last one. Okay. You have reached the end of the demo. You can import the save data to the full game to continue. Would you like to proceed to... Oh. Okay. So that's it. All I can do is to get the S rank. Because... that's it. So that's 3 hopes. So yeah, I'm still not into this kind of gameplay, but let's see. The story is kind of different from Tree Houses, so I'm not quite sure. Maybe I'll try to watch other people first before I go into play this. So that's it. Got to end my stream here, and let me know if you want to buy this game. And maybe I can second guess to try it again for a full game. So thank you and goodbye.